evening. It's going to be a busy night, and I want to make sure that we accomplish everything that we intend to on our agenda, so we're going to try to move it along as quickly as possible. We will begin with the most important act, which is the act of reverence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Try to do things a little different here. I see a very sharp young man with a pocket handkerchief standing there with a blue bow tie. Yeah, far corner. How are you, sir? What's your name? Nice to meet you. Where you go to school? Okay, all right. I'm sure you're familiar with the Pledge of Allegiance, right? No? All right, that won't work then. I'm looking for a young person. I'm looking for a young person to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, I told you we're trying to move. All right, there we go. We got a volunteer. All right. Come on up, young lady. Let's go to that mic. Go to that mic over there. See that mic over there? All right, first of all, you got to tell us, introduce yourself, where you go to school.
James Monroe High School.
All right now. All right now. Say that again.
James Monroe High School!
And what is your name?
My name is Heidi Lee Shobles.
Nice to meet you. We're all going to stand with you as you and we all will recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
Salute, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's give her a round of applause. Nice job. All right, I need a motion to approve our June 19th business meetings, our June 24th special meeting, and our June 30th special meeting. Can I get a motion? There's a motion from the Vice President. A second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, there is no recognition this month. I just want you all to know, normally what we would do is we would, of course, have a recognition that would recognize very special people in our school district. We have an I Believe Award, which recognizes students and staff members that help move this district along. And then we also have a Yes We Can Award. These awards alternate every month. The pictures that you see up there are people that we recognize at the beginning of every month. And of course, what we also do at the beginning of every business meeting is we sometimes hear from our talented students. And I should tell you, I don't think it's an agenda item, but I want to thank the Visual Arts Steering Committee, because once again, we have these beautiful, this is a turtle, I believe. Yes, it is a turtle. And we thank them, because every board meeting, we get these beautiful clay artwork and flowers. What you got? You got something else over there? What do you got? An alien monster. An alien monster. Cynthia. And Cynthia, I see you got a turtle. Jose, what do you got? Turtle. Everybody said these are beautiful turtles. All right, so thank you very much. Let's give our folks at the Visual Arts Steering Committee a round of applause. Thank you. That would move us right to speakers addressing an agenda item. Now, I got to find my list. Give me a second here, folks. We got quite a few speakers. Is it 2 minutes, Madam Clerk? 2 minutes. We traditionally begin with students, parents, and community members. And we're going to begin with Heidi Robles. Heidi Robles? Robes? Oh. Help me out again. I'm terrible at names. Give me your name again.
Heidi Robles.
Robles.
Good evening, everyone, and good evening, board. My name is Heidi Lee Shobles. I'm 17 years old, and I'm a senior coming up this fall at James Monroe High School. I've been in Monroe since 7th grade, and I've seen it all, from riots between different races to students and teachers disrespecting each other. It is something I'm not proud to say, but it's something I am proud to say that I've seen change since Mr. Ramirez has been in James Monroe High School. If there's one thing I can say, and I speak for most of our students, is that Mr. Ramirez connects with everyone in our school, not only academically, but socially. He has been there for not only me, but every single one of the students. He doesn't come to Monroe every day with a sour face and look like this is my job and I have to deal with these students. He comes in so energetic, so happy, and he genuinely cares about every single one of us. Throughout my years in Monroe, I've had 3 principals, from Miss Ramos to Miss Bridges, and now my favorite principal, Mr. Ramirez. He is a character. He's very energetic. He's always happy for some reason. And whenever he isn't, he keeps it to himself. As I've been through Monroe, I've witnessed a lot, like I've said earlier. And it's one thing to say you witnessed it, and it's another to have to live through it. And since he's been principal, there's been such a dramatic change. There is no more separation between races. There is no more he said, she said, as much as we used to have. It's because he's changed it. One thing that I saw throughout the news is controversy between staff and him. That's one thing I do not stand for, because he is the boss, he does his job. And regardless of what they say, he connects with all of his students. At the end of the day, they're getting paid, and some can care less about us. And that's one thing he doesn't stand for. He makes sure we're taken care of regardless. And that's one thing I failed to see with a lot of adults. He calls us his kids because he treats us as so. And so, board, I beg you, please do not replace my principal.
Beverly, I hate to put you on the spot, but do we have any luck finding Nydia?
Yes, we do. If needed, just make the request, and I do have somebody.
Okay. Just to let you know what we're talking about, we want to make sure that everybody can participate and hear what folks are saying. So is there anybody in here who might need an interpreter, or you believe that somebody in this room might need an interpreter to hear what is being said? If there is such a need, we can bring someone in here, all right? Just want to let you all know that, all right? Spanish, all right? All right, how about Jeffrin Flores?
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
My name is Jeffrin Flores. I'm going to be an upcoming senior at James Monroe High School this upcoming fall. Like Heidi said, we've seen it all since 7th grade to now. Ramirez has been a father for us. He's been our motivator these past 2 years we've been with him. Why let him go now after all the hard work he's been? Ramirez will help you achieve your goals and will help you in any way he can. He'll motivate you, and he'll help you find any program to motivate your goals. That's all I gotta say. Keep Ramirez principal next year at James Monroe High School.
Miley Pabon. Miley Pabon will be followed by Maria Tovar.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Tovar. I am currently a senior at James Monroe High School. I'm a high honor student, advanced placement student, as well as vice president of my class of 2015. And I would just like to say that I'm supporting my principal, Armando Ramirez, throughout this difficult moment. Mr. Ramirez is a respectful, enthusiastic, supportive administrator. I've been attending James Monroe High School for about 3 years now, and I would like to say respectfully that during my freshman year, the school was out of control. The students stayed in their cliques, and I didn't see them interact with others outside of their groups. They were constantly late to class, etc. But once Mr. Ramirez came along, everything actually started to settle down. We have had more clubs and activities thanks to him. We have had a more diverse environment. We have had more opportunities throughout the building, including the city. More importantly, because of him, I remain in advanced placement classes, and because of him and his support, I believe I wouldn't have a strong interest in college. Me and a couple of other students always seem to stop by his office during lunch or in between classes just for that motivational short speech. We often relate to his culture and background history. He has been through quite a lot of tough situations, and yet he continues to remain strong. He has taught us a lot of things, but for me, most importantly this: yes, we come from different cultures and speak different languages, but our primary goal isn't to defeat someone else or let them down. We are here to graduate on time with our class by reaching our goals and helping each other out so we may become successful in the future together. I've heard a lot of things regarding the teacher and principal controversy, and let me say that most of those things are either true or false. I see there's a lot of opinions toward the topic. Everyone does have different viewpoints, and in my opinion, Mr. Ramirez advises the teachers and staff on what they should be doing differently in order to improve their relationship with the students based on his past experience. For the last 2 years, I have seen drastic change throughout the school. He came into the building with a strong mission, and he has made a lot of progress since and continues to make progress. I hope to graduate class of 2015 with an advanced Regents diploma. I also hope that the person who hands me that next chapter of my life is Mr. Ramirez, for he has not only helped us all throughout these last couple of years, he has caused us to realize that together we can succeed in anything.
Daisha Vasquez. Daisha Vasquez. How about Kwamani? Help me out here. There you go. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kwamani O'Shea. I attend Monroe High School, and I'm here to support Mr. Ramirez. On behalf of Lisa Scott, she is the director of Urban Still, which I am also in Urban Still. What she's saying is basically, we don't want Mr. Ramirez to go. I don't want Mr. Ramirez to go. Ever since I've been at Monroe, I've seen Monroe change so much since 7th grade. 7th grade year, it was irate, like it was awful, and now I've seen the biggest change in my life because Mr. Ramirez has came to our school and gave us a better life and a better change. And I hope when I cross that stage, I see Mr. Ramirez at my side. So I have to thank you.
Howard Eagle, followed by Ruby Melendez.
Good evening. It's good to see so many people out this evening. Every school board meeting needs to look like this because we got a lot of work to do. They need to know that we care all the time. I'm speaking as a member of Facing Race, Embracing Equity, Education, Change, and Action work group. I was listening to the radio this morning, listening to this news reporter this morning, and she said that I can't understand a management style in which a principal is being moved from a building, but he has to find out that he's being moved through the rumor mill. And so, you know, I said, yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. The operative term is management. You guys can't seem to manage anything. You can't manage your personnel, and you definitely can't manage the abuse and the mistreatment of parents in this district. And that's what I really rose to speak to, is specifically to speak to the Elisa Rogers case. And the superintendent knows all about it because she approached him months ago. And this guy had the audacity, the unmitigated gall to say to this woman that that's beyond his authority, that he can't do anything about it. The board knows all about this, and apparently you're not going to do anything about it. You've gotten scores of emails about this. You all know Eileen Hurwitz at school number 45, vice principal. You all know that she filed a bogus warrant against Ms. Rogers for so-called trespassing. You know that we suspect that the motivation behind the bogus warrant is racist in nature, And by the way, what's happening with Mr. Ramirez has an aspect of racism involved in it. That's another whole story. I don't have time to tell it. But you've gotten emails over the months, and we told you in an email more than a month ago that Ms. Rogers has significant community support. So you thought we were bluffing, but we're here to show you tonight she's got support, and her support is growing. Now, Ms. Hurwitz is too arrogant or too scared because your legal department is telling her not to go and withdraw the charges for the bogus warrant. But we're here to tell you that Ms. Rogers is not interested in suing you, but she wants the warrant dropped. She wants a written apology for what you did to her and her grandson. And I'm saying you because this is systemic, and you all know about it. And so you need to make that happen, or you can expect big trouble from us. We're not going away. And your classic strategy of just wait them out and they'll go away is not going to work this time. And we're dead serious about this.
Thank you. Ruby Melendez. Ruby Melendez. Should be followed by Natalia Rosado.
Hi, my name is Ruby Melendez, and I'm a recent graduate of Monroe High School, and I'm also the youth marshal for the Puerto Rican Festival. I'm speaking on behalf of the best principal I've ever had, Mr. Ramirez. I think that would be the worst thing that happened to Monroe. Yes, we all know about the media portraying how bad our school is, but not comparing to how bad it was before he came, because doing that would show you how much he's improved our school. And yes, some teachers didn't agree with his style of management, but adults always preach to us that we may not always like our bosses in life, but we have to try our hardest to manage. Those were also the teachers who didn't show any interest in the students at all and weren't at PTA meetings to meet with parents. Mr. Ramirez is such a great principal. I had him at Marshall High School, and when I found out that he was moving to Monroe, I turned in my transfer papers the next day. Regardless of the news or the teachers, Mr. Ramirez does what's better for his students, especially his seniors. He would give us the shirt off his back in a heartbeat, and all of us knew that. He understood us, and he also came from a lot of situations we had, and he did not hide that. His doors were always open to us, and that's how it should be. Principals should put their students first because we're the ones who have to graduate and prepare ourselves to be tomorrow's leaders. No one ever interviewed the students who actually care about their education nor asked us how we felt about our school. Because no matter what happened in our school, a lot of positive things were going on as well. And those news reports hurt a lot of our students and staff that actually care about Monroe. They say our school is a failing school. Well, how much failing would the school be with the whole new principal having to start all over? It can't be an easy process for the students nor the principal. It takes time to earn the respect we have for Mr. Ramirez. A lot of us did good because of him, and if any of us, especially if any of us seniors got caught slipping, he was always there to pick us right up when life got the best of us. He's a great principal overall, stern, but that's what we need. In conclusion, I'm asking you not to take Mr. Ramirez away from Monroe High School. He's done so much in these past 2 years, I couldn't imagine the good he'd do in more time. Thank you.
Evelyn Smith. Evelyn Smith. Nadia Rosado. Heidi, I'm going to give you a job when you're in job. All right.
Good evening. My name is Evelyn Smith. I'm here to speak on behalf of Armando Ramirez. I'm a recent graduate of James Monroe High School. Not only did Armando make things clearer for me, but he also pushed me to not only walk that stage in June, but to realize that it doesn't matter if you graduate in June, August, December, October, November, but as long as you get that diploma, you got a whole nother thing coming. Coming from James Monroe High School with Mr. Ramirez, it was just something bigger and better that I can see myself going to James Monroe High School. I never transferred to a different school, never met any new people, but I knew that everything was going to be okay at Monroe High School, long as I knew Ramirez was by my side and holding my hand through every struggle I had, every downfall. So, I mean, if you take him away, all I can say is good luck for James Monroe High School, because nothing is going to be any better, honestly. So I love you, Ramirez.
Evelyn Smith will be followed by Jason Mohammed.
Okay. Good evening, all. My name is Natalia Rosado. I just graduated from Monroe High School, and this fall I'm going to Wells College. I am here in support of Mr. Ramirez. He has been a mentor and a friend to me and my friends at Monroe. Please don't replace our best principal we ever have. I wish you were at our graduation this June. This principal actually knew everyone that was graduating by name and everyone's story and struggles. Thank you.
Jason Mohammed.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to just start by saying that I'm thankful to my teacher, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, for teaching me to not be afraid to speak the truth, regardless to whom or what. To the school board, President White, Superintendent Vargas, with all due respect, the removal of Armando Ramirez as the principal of James Monroe High School is just wrong. And the fact that no one had the ethical wherewithal, the common decency to properly inform him really only complicates an already erroneous decision. But what I actually find most troubling, even hypocritical, is that while district leadership would stand in our nation's capital to pledge their words to improve performance and graduation rates among the students we serve, their actions had actually already set in motion the removal of the very principal who was the most successful in actually doing what they promised to do. Time demands that serious commitment to the principles of truth and justice are followed, and this decision seems devoid of both. And while I would like to believe that this decision is predicated upon reliable data, because as educators, data is the yardstick that we use to measure performance. We report data to the district, we report data to the state, APPR is based upon data, so this decision couldn't possibly be based on personalities or adult agendas or the recommendation of a disgruntled former district employee who was hired as a consultant but had his services discontinued for lack of substance. And while I would like to believe that, I respectfully submit that the data does not validate or justify this decision. The data shows that under Mr. Ramirez, we at Monroe have improved the school's graduation rate on a pace that rivals any other school in the district, bar none. The data also reveals that the class of 2015 projects a graduation rate of over 50%. So I think for the board, the question that has to be asked is, as one student made reference to, there's been many leadership changes at Monroe. Why do we need another one now? Because when we allow data to drive our decision making, the reality is that Mr. Ramirez has the school moving in the right direction. So what's this really all about?
Mr. Mohammed?
Yes, sir. I'm closing. This is my last statement. Yes, sir. For one very small cabal, it seems like it's more about personal agendas than doing what's best for students. As they stated, they'd rather see Ramirez taken out than the school and its students achieve. I would caution that situations like this will continue to surface unless and until our board, our elected board, works to ensure that the decisions that are made are truly in the best interest of children, and that they refuse to quick rubber stamp approve the agendas and best interests of adults who make agreements in those meetings that take place after the meetings. And I have to say, I'm quite sure if current practice is the norm, I probably won't be at Monroe too much longer. I'll just check online to see if that's true. But I do humbly suggest that we all turn to 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 1 through 7, and pray for our children. Thank you.
Now I have to tell you all, we do this all the time. The reason why we put time limits is so that everybody has an opportunity to speak. That is the only way we can do this fairly. People want to talk about fairness and equity. That's the fair and just way to do it. We have rules in advance that say 2 minutes apiece. I try to give folks a little extra time that they need to wrap it up, but I would respectfully ask that you complete your comments within the 2 minutes that are given to you. Thank you. Mr. Coleman, I believe you're on the agenda. You'll have your 2 minutes. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Armando Ramirez.
We have a saying that there's no crying in high school, and so I've made a promise because I've been threatened to be taunted for the next 5 years if I shed a tear. But I am most humbled and feel loved by my community, and I am here to share that love back and report back to you my mission over the last 2 years. More importantly, my journey as a Latino male here and a son of a single mother and of 5 children. I only have 2 minutes, so I promise that I will cut some of my things out. President Van White. Good evening, Dr. Vargas, President Van White, fellow board members. I am humbled again to be standing here as a proud principal of James Monroe High School, despite the fact that earlier today I was told that I was out. I will open with these wise words of Martin Luther King. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at a time of challenge and controversy. Today I stand here a little uncomfortable, and this is not the most convenient time to have this conversation. Tonight, I stand before you, my family, my wife, my colleagues, Monroe staff, and most importantly, my scholars. I have encouraged them to stand up when they see injustice, even if it's not directed at them. I explain that it is our moral obligations as humans. This evening, you are charged with a tremendous task that will determine the direction of James Monroe High School and the impact it will have on scholars, parents, teachers, administrators, and the entire city school district community. I ask that you keep in mind that everyone is entitled to opinions about my work, but opinions are not the facts. The facts is that my data and success are clear and cannot be disputed. The fact is that I am the same person I was when Dr. Vargas called on me, asked me to come to Monroe High School. As the advocate he knew I am and would be. He knew that I had worked hard to raise the graduation rate at Marshall at 60%, a school that was never given a second chance to transform as Monroe, and that I was someone who would place the interests of students before my very own and those of others, adults. I recall his words of building something. He challenged me to be the voice of students in a community, Latinos and African Americans, that have been voiceless. He told me that it would take between 5 and 7 years, but that he wanted me to go on and fight for what was right. I know today, I'll wrap it up really quickly, even though I'm only halfway through, that Monroe is a better place today than it was when I walked in through those doors. My students believe in themselves. There is hope in their life, in their hearts. My plans to rebuild Monroe, and I started on the foundation. I did not tear down the building because I saw the structure was strong. I focused on the foundation. And you know what? I shook up that foundation. That's what I was told to do. And in shaking this foundation, I made some people very uncomfortable. It was not going to be business as usual. I started with the culture, climate, and order and respect. And I asked that materials that we used to rebuild this house be the best that we had to offer. Many educators accepted my challenge to serve unconditionally and make personal sacrifices. Many followed me from Marshall, 20 to 30 teachers and more would have filled those halls, to join me and others, excellent instructors at Monroe, to work together, and they have witnessed the change, as the children have explained. Don't believe the adults, believe those young people that speak from their heart. Under teaching and learning, we reviewed every single transcript. We made sure that every kid was in the right course, that made sure that they had earned every credit. Partnerships, we worked with Iberia and the Latin community. We have a parent center that no other school has. We opened up parking spots. I was the first one that said, you can park at Monroe if we invite you to Monroe. I made sure that our music programs are not dormant anymore. I will close really quickly because I know you're in Washington. I watched the video. President Obama stood and he was surrounded by black and Latino males dressed to the T, and I was so impressed because nothing is more beautiful than brown people that dress really well. President Obama's recent comments and reflections on Latinos and African Americans at his side, we live in a less forgiving time. At My Brothers Keepers initiative, he shared his story and he said that he was angry about not having a father, although at times he didn't even know it. He stated that everyone deserves a second chance, that our children need to know that we all make mistakes, and that despite his mistakes, the President of the United States, an African-American male who's been attacked, despite his bad choices, despite getting high, despite his failures to make educationally sound decisions, it was possible to make it because he made it. I would like to take that pledge and continue my pledge to stand for what is best and just for children. That's what I'm here for. That's what the cross I will bear. Thank you very much. I love you.
Stephanie Rinaldi. She will be followed by John Gabriel. John Gabriel.
President White, I have a copy of my entire script.
You can just give it to the clerk. Thank you.
For each of you.
Yep, thank you.
Unfortunately, I've had to cut some stuff out because I was originally told 3 minutes, and now I'm 2 minutes. But I'll do the best I can.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Rinaldi. I'm the senior school secretary. I'm sorry, at James Monroe High School. I'm saddened to read that a new principal is to be appointed at Monroe. Before coming to Monroe, I worked at John Marshall. As Marshall was set to close, Bente members were given a choice to either 1, stay at Marshall with the All City program, 2, displace ourselves and go to another school, or 3, volunteer to transfer to Monroe. Without hesitation, I chose option 3. Why? Simply stated, I believe in Armando Ramirez and what he stands for. He stands for students. He's a principal that truly cares about the scholars and having them learn in a safe and positive environment. He's fluent in Spanish and able to communicate with a student population of more than half being Latino, 31% of which are not even proficient in English. He understands the Latino culture. His actions are firm when needed, and he's compassionate as well. He has always had an open door policy and will welcome anyone with a situation that arises. When he first arrived at Monroe, the building was not picture perfect. He set out to make improvements, and that brought change. I have witnessed that changes are accepted more readily by our youth than by some adults. Under his leadership, Mr. Ramirez has worked hard to dispel negativity and reduce violence on the campus. He's moved the building in the direction of academic achievement by adding AP courses and encouraging our scholars to challenge themselves. He's motivated scholars to be in the classroom and do well. He's restored the National Honor Society and Junior National Honor Society. He has increased the graduation rate. He has increased competitive sports offerings at all levels. He's moved the Urban Steel Band to Monroe and is currently working to reestablish a cultural exchange program between Monroe and a school in Antigua. He's enhanced relations between scholars, family, and staff. He's increased the number of community partners willing to collaborate and grow with Monroe. I'm just about finished. Over the last several years, Monroe's been under the leadership of many principals. Continuity is very important. However, if our families and staff are once again subjected to another change of principals, it is a condition of 2 steps forward and 5 steps back. Mr. Ramirez is a great leader, especially with urban students. He can relate to their lives as he has lived that life himself. Mr. Ramirez embraced the Monroe Challenge 2 years ago when personally asked by you, Dr. Vargas. Has he made a difference? Yes, he has. He is a man of great integrity, and if replaced, Monroe will suffer a tremendous loss. I respectfully request that you remove this resolution from the table and keep Armando Ramirez as principal of Monroe High School. Please afford him the opportunity to once again opened the doors at Monroe in September for another new and exciting year. Mr. Ramirez has developed a good rapport with our scholars, and they are expecting him to be there on opening day. Please don't let our families feel abandoned again. In closing, I would like to ask one question. How many principals will you appoint to Monroe before you see that that is not the problem? Thank you for the opportunity to speak from my heart. James Monroe High School needs Armando Ramirez.
Mr. Gabriel is next. Again, I would encourage, I know there's a lot of interest in this topic and you want to speak your mind, but it is important. There's a lot of people left to speak, and many of them are young people. We want to get folks home at a reasonable hour when they need to be home. So please, you'll have your 2 minutes and maybe a little bit more, but try to keep it to the 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Mr. Gabriel.
Good evening, Superintendent Vargas, President White, board members. My name is John Gabriel. I've been a teacher in the district for 30 years at the School of the Arts. First, I'd like to thank you for your support of School of the Arts. It makes a huge difference to our students. Now I'd like to speak to you about the proposed administrative cuts, specifically as they relate to School of the Arts. We're a school that works. I could cite statistics and graduation rates, but you know all that. The question is, why would you want to tamper with something that's already doing well? One of the reasons we've had success is stability. Our students know that we, the staff, will be there for them. And when we're not there, we're deeply missed by our kids, many of whom do not have enough stability in their lives. When we lost our middle school administrator this year, the entire building was thrown off. This is the kind of thing that affects building climate, which affects the learning environment, which affects test scores. And now we might lose another administrator. We should be discussing getting our administrators back, not losing someone else. I work closely with our arts director. When it's time for auditions, his job goes from difficult to practically impossible. Scheduling 1,000 kids for auditions, coordinating with central office and staff throughout the district, making special arrangements as necessary. It's a full-time job by itself. And then hundreds of phone calls from parents, teachers, administrators, each one desperate to get a child placed with us. It's overwhelming. This is a small part of what's extra and makes School of the Arts work. Who will do this if we lose another administrator? Field trips, special events. We can't do what we do without administrative support. We have dozens and dozens of meetings where our building is used for arts performances. Every arts teacher wants an administrator at each performance to help deal with all kinds of situations. Emergencies, people getting sick, kids who don't get picked up, outsiders. If there's not an administrator on duty, the building is less safe. If you cut our team, you're increasing the risk that if something goes wrong, there'll be no one there qualified to handle it. With all the educational pressures we're facing, School of the Arts has been a success because as teachers, we knew that we will be supported by our administrative team. But if the team is weakened to the point of ineffectiveness, our building will be damaged. And once we lose good people, they don't come back. We've been held up as a model. Administration is the backbone of that model. Don't weaken a good thing, strengthen it. Help us stay good and get better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dwayne Sneed. Dwayne Sneed, and then he'll be followed by Terrence Kedley.
Good evening to the board. Good evening to everyone else that's here. I just want to take a few minutes. I'm also a staff member over at James Monroe High School, work with Mr. Ramirez. And just real quick, I want to just speak to my 20 years of service in my other career, dealing with the streets of Rochester and dealing with specifically youth on our streets, knowing that education will really help them to move to the next level. Exactly how it's helped me. I came from Buffalo. I worked at Kodak, and I got hired by the city, and now I'm working for the school district. And so basically, what I see in Mr. Ramirez is what I saw in myself as a young man coming here. Listen, kids need education, but they need strong leaders to lead them, okay? I spent 21 years in the Army Reserves, and, you know, I was going to quit. I had a young man come up to me and say, listen, you have to learn the system. Once you learn the system, you get educated in the system, you can be successful. I retired from the Army Reserves. And so people like Mr. Ramirez come to me and say, listen, I need somebody strong in my ISS room. Who wants to deal with ISS? No one. But I said, you know what? Put me in there. Me and Mr. Sacco, the first year, I said, listen, we're going to do this good cop, bad cop. You're going to be the good guy, I'm going to be the bad guy. I'm going to get in their face, then I'm going to send them to you. Once I get them settled down, you handle them. Because you're the teacher, I'm the TA. You teach them the concepts, I'm going to be the strong. And it worked. Okay, the ISS the year before, I don't know what they were doing in there. That's not my business. All I know is that the next year, we had less ISS students in there. We had work being done. And so he asked me to come back to be the lead TA in the ISS room, and I said, I'll do it. And I said, we'll run it the same way. Tight, strong, and kids doing work, kids being successful. And you know what? I always did a speech at the end. And it got to the point where one day I just tested the kids. I said, I'm not doing a speech today. I'm going to see what they say. Mr. Sneed, what happened to the speech?
Mr. Kedley will be followed by Joanne Raleigh.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Terrence Kedley, and I've been with the City School District since 2004. Teaching is a vocation. Vocation is defined as a person's employment or main occupation, especially regarded as particularly worthy and requiring great dedication. It has a Latin root from vocare, which means to call. Teaching is supposed to be a calling to serve students. Teaching in the city school district requires a special calling to serve those who most need help. It is not for the faint of heart. It is a calling to put the needs of others above the needs of ourselves. I believe that some have lost their calling, that they have forgotten that it is our job to help those who need our help the most, that it is our job to give a voice to those who are voiceless, that it is our job to serve those who have been historically underserved. When teachers stop focusing on students and instead focus on themselves and what is good for them, they have forgotten their vocation. When a small group of teachers go to the media without checking with their constituents, they have forgotten their vocation. When district RTA leadership doesn't support every teacher in his or her role of doing what is best for students, they have forgotten their vocation. I know that Mr. Ramirez still hears his vocation. He is student-centered, sometimes to a fault. But it is because he firmly believes in his calling, and I cannot fault him for it. His own data and accomplishments speak for themselves. He inherited a school that had the lowest graduation rate in the city, a building that was renowned for racial tensions and instability. In his time as leader, he has overseen improvement. He helped to guide its growth in all measurable and immeasurable facets. His passion for student is unwavering. His dedication to his vocation, in spite of the personal toll, is unimpeachable. Regardless of the outcome of your decision tonight, Mr. Ramirez deserves better. Our teachers, administrators, teaching assistants, and support staff deserve better. Most importantly, our students deserve better.
Joanne Raleigh. All right, help me out. I'm sorry, I apparently mispronounced your name.
Raleigh.
Raleigh.
Joanne Raleigh. My name is Joanne Raleigh. I'm a clerk too at Monroe High School. I jumped at the opportunity to join Mr. Ramirez there when offered the choice. For the past 2 years at Monroe, my desk has been located directly outside of Mr. Ramirez's door in the main office. From students, teachers, staff, and parents, I've had the opportunity to both see and hear it all. Mr. Ramirez accepted Mr. Vargas's request to go to Monroe as an educator, not a politician. With a Hispanic population of over 50% and increasing, it will, I thought, wow, what a good move for the district to make. For 2 years, I've heard Mr. Ramirez talk with every student and parent that has walked in with a need to be listened to in both English and Spanish. I've heard him share his life story with countless Hispanic students and parents that have walked out feeling heard, connected, and hopeful that they can someday have a similar story. Mr. Ramirez has been making Monroe a place where students can find a place to hang their hat, so to say, a place for students to learn and feel safe, increasing venues for them to shine, whether it's in the classroom, sports fields, or music rooms. He has an administrative team that fully supports him and his efforts. If students feel that the principal and administrators are vested, they will follow suit. The students deserve stability and continuity. Ending his role at Monroe will be detrimental to the progress that it has made. My hope is that the Board of Education will reconsider replacing Mr. Ramirez as Monroe's principal. He is the right person to be there. You don't sit where I do, you don't hear what I see and see what I do, but you have the ability to hear me now as well as all the others speaking tonight and make the decision that is best for the students. Thank you.
Lisa Scott to be followed by Jennifer DeFranco. Lisa Scott or Jennifer DeFranco?
Hi, good evening. My name is Jen DeFranco. I work at Monroe High School. I've been stressing about this all day. I'm probably not going to read from this paper very much. There's a lot that is in the news and in the media about how staff and Mr. Ramirez don't get along. That is only from the staff that has the time to voice those concerns. That is not the wholehearted message from Monroe. There are many of us that feel supported. I know there's a lot that has to do with change, and I am actually a teacher that came from Marshall. I've been under a couple different leaders, and I chose to come with this leadership team, and I chose to because I trusted them. Ramirez was not our favorite at Marshall. Sorry, you weren't. In the beginning, it just takes time, and you weren't our favorite, and we said, you know what? He's for the students, let's just give him a chance. And we did give him a chance. That's the thing, we were willing to give him a chance. And I think there's just something at Monroe, there's a few people, if they struggle to break that wall down and give him a chance. He has done a lot of things. The first thing I loved about him at Marshall High School was that I teach students with special needs, and usually they're taught in the basement. He took all of those kids out of the basement and mixed them into the first floor. I asked for a computer station in my room. He asked me to write a proposal. The next day, I got them. And he came up to check on them to see if everything was okay. I was impressed. We all started to give him a chance. And when the time came, we were all heartbroken because at Marshall, he was actually believing in us. He knew we all cared, and he was working with us. And we were heartbroken he got called out in April. When the decision came that I would have to leave my home, that only place I've ever worked for 8 years, it was heartbreaking, and I decided to make the move and go with the people that I trust and the people that showed me that they can make things happen, and obviously our students love them, and so do we. Thank you.
Melissa Picaretto, followed by Jordan Rinaldi. She'll be followed by Jordan Rinaldi.
Good evening, board. My name is Melissa Picaretto. I've had the privilege of working in this district for 17 years as a special education teacher. And I can say today that I am standing in my dream job as a central registrar because that man right there, Mr. Ramirez, believed in me. I was his registrar for 2 years. I was registrar at Marshall for 10 years before that. And I truly believe in his vision. Dr. Vargas, on March 18th, you stood before this Board of Education and you laid out your action plan for the district. Your beginning slide read, "We know that every child has the desire and potential to succeed. We cannot provide all of our students a stable home and supportive neighborhood, but we can provide schools where they are surrounded by caring adults who give them the time, love, and support they need. We will treat every child like one of our own. For 15 years, I worked at Marshall High School, where that very environment that Vargas described in his action plan existed. Our school community worked together to provide a safe, secure, and academically charged building where students thrived. Because after all, that's what we were hired to do. It was our job. We were not strangers to change. We lived change. We had 6 principals in 9 years. And although we were a tight-knit staff, our school was not perfect, and it faced challenges like many schools do. But under Ramirez's 2-year tenure, he created a school culture that we were proud of again. We raised graduation rates, increased passing rates on all 5 core Regents exams, and awarded one of the highest number of advanced Regents diploma this district has ever seen. Aren't those the statistics, the very vision of our district? 2 years ago, I became a part of a group of teachers who lobbied to follow Ramirez when Dr. Vargas named him principal at Monroe High School. Our school was closing, but we believed that our success could be duplicated at Monroe. I want to remind you that RTA believed it too, because they backed us and they helped us follow our journey to be with the leader that we believed in. In 2 years, Regents exam scores at Monroe have improved across all content areas. I'm almost done. Graduation rates have gone up. He has increased instructional time in classes, provided more opportunities for students to access technology, and added numerous community partnerships. He has implemented a back-to-school kickoff carnival where hundreds and hundreds of students and their families. Who gets hundreds of families to come to a city school? Name one principal. They come to celebrate and collaborate and work together to celebrate the beginning of a new school year. Ramirez was placed in this position by you, Dr. Vargas, to do a job. According to the data, he's done that job. Do we still have a lot of work to do at Monroe? Absolutely. But why remove a leader who connects with, understands, and supports the students he serves? He speaks their language, lives their culture, and empathizes with their struggles. He understands that they do not all come from supportive, stable homes. He sees their potential and has surrounded them with caring adults who give them the love, time, and support they need. He treats them as if they were his own. It's time for you to prove that students come first in this district. Our students have... Thank you.
Ms. Picaretto?
I'm almost done. I have one more sentence. Our students have enough to overcome without another opening school year with another new principal. Our students need consistency, not more change. You have the ability tonight to set aside adult issues and prove that Vargas was right in promising that everyone in this district will treat our students as if they were our own children. Thank you.
Jordan Rinaldi, that will be filed by Gina Porter.
My name is Jordan Rinaldi, and part of my assignment for the 2013-2014 school year as a teaching assistant at James Monroe High School was to work ninth period in the in-school suspension room. What I witnessed one day you will not find crunched in numbers or calculations. What I had the pleasure of watching was something that set Mr. Ramirez apart from the 3 previous principals I worked for. He happened to stop by one day to talk to the kids, not about homework or Regents exams, but life. As he began to speak about his adversities he faced growing up in the Sunset Park section of Brooklyn, New York, the kids had become very engaged with what he had to say. He went on to explain and give the kids a great example of with hard work and discipline, you too can be a success as he had become. Once he had finished and left the room, the 5 students felt a connection with Mr. Ramirez. Coming from a similar background and living situation and could relate to what he faced as a young man in New York City. That's half the battle in being an educator, getting the kids to relate. Once you do that, the teaching, mentoring process becomes much easier. I feel his trials and tribulations in life as well as expertise in education field are vital to our student body in continuing to move forward as the graduation rate percentage shows. Contrary to what you may have heard, since he says set foot in James Monroe, he has provided the students and staff a safe learning environment and most importantly being a continuous uplifting spirit for our kids to be successful. I ask the board kindly to take my words and everybody else's words into consideration and not the words of a few disgruntled staff members talking to a shabby news reporter. Thank you.
Gina Porter. Gina Porter will be filed by, Ms. Porter?
Yes.
Ms. Quinones Dunlap will follow Ms. Porter.
Dr. Vargas and school board members, I stand before you again to be the voice of many of my colleagues and on behalf of many of the students at James Monroe High School. The last time I stood before you, I spoke about the infractions of several state safety laws. The lack of fire drills, the fact that the building was not evacuated when there were actual fires in the building, the locking of bathroom doors with no notification to staff, which resulted in a student urinating on themselves. I talked about our failed extended day, the fact that daily hundreds of our students would walk the streets during that time, unsupervised and possibly in danger, and this administration ignored the problem. Today, I would like to speak a little more about the failed implementation of extended day and our school improvement grant. After an initial application for a school improvement grant was declined by the state due to lack of teacher support, the Monroe administration was forced to be collaborative in order to resubmit. I became the facilitator of the Teacher Effectiveness Committee, and myself and several of my colleagues fought hard on behalf of our students to have the focus of extended day be on literacy. We recognize that our students were doomed to fail with the new Common Core standards if their reading levels did not increase. We recognize it as an important tool with the English language learners. We won the battle, and it was a battle, to get Read 180 written into the grant. However, we have never seen it or any similar literacy program implemented during extended day or at all at Monroe. When we forced the issue this year, the administration refused to bring the PD to support teachers who wanted to teach Read 180. Now we find out that we are losing $2 million of our grant money because teachers wouldn't participate in extended day when this administration several times told us we were not welcome to or needed. This is just one example of the lack of collaboration with teachers and administration and how it's hurt the children at Monroe. I could state several more. I speak on behalf of many teachers in Monroe who would be here but out of fear of retaliation are not. We want you, the board, to know that we welcome a change in leadership. We welcome a leader who will recognize the many talents.
Excuse me. In a democracy, we listen to everybody respectfully. Let's do that. Ma'am, continue.
We welcome a leader who will recognize the many talents of the Monroe staff that has not been utilized over the last couple years. I trust you'll do what is best for the students at Monroe. Thank you for your time in this
Ms. Quinones Dunlap. Ms. Quinones Dunlap. Sean Coffey. Mr. Coffey will be followed by Annabelle Solar.
Hi, folks. My name is Sean Coffey. I teach science at Monroe. And just to kind of lead off, I had a student several years ago who lived the majority of her school year in a state of flux. She started out living with her mom and then her dad, and then she lived in New York City for a while, and then she moved home, but she was living with some grandparents. And by the time she got back to Rochester towards the end of the year, she knew that time was against her. And for a living environment, at least, you have to have 1,200 lab minutes in order to even sit to take the Regents exam. She worked really, really hard. She worked herself to the bone, making sure that she got her required lab minutes done. She got caught up on work that she missed while she was living in New York, and she got herself both mentally and emotionally ready to tackle that living environment exam. On the day of the exam, I saw her before the test started. I gave her a high five, and I asked her if she was ready to go. And she looked at me with the weariest gaze I've ever seen and said, "I hope so, but I had to move again last night. I haven't slept at all." So she took the test, and when the results came in, she bombed the test. And for a student who was capable of marvelous work and never failed a Regent-style living environment test, this was really a surprise for me. And it made me ask myself a question that I hate asking. What if? What if she had a stable living condition? What if she hadn't missed 3 months of class while she was living in New York? What if? It's been widely published in both psychological and educational research that instability takes a monumental toll on our youth. Whether it is economic, employment-related, family-related, residential-related, or school-related, the type of stress brought on by instability has the power to be a toxic force in a child's social, emotional, and cognitive development. To that end, schools can offer a sense of place and a strong foundation for a child's life. Regardless of what's going on outside of school, students know that what they get during the school day is going to be consistent, and I believe Monroe can be a place like this. School communities, like children, are complex social spaces that are not immune to the effects of instability. A disruption in the school climate can easily trickle down to all the stakeholders of the building, oftentimes with negative consequences. So after 2 years of having this principal and administrative team in place, I'm concerned that abruptly making a change will do far more harm than good for both the stability of the building and of the larger Monroe community. When the school is unstable, the populations within the school will become unstable, and our kids can't afford to be deprived of this. Selfishly, I need stability too. And I would hate to see the building that I call home fall into a vicious cycle of never letting a culture become established, never seeing the true effects of initiatives play out, and never allowing enough time to truly see if what is being done is making a difference for our kids. I firmly believe in the visions that the RCSD and Monroe have for our students, that each child can truly reach their full potential. To that end, I implore you to consider the effects of stability at Monroe. A graduation rate that has increased 50% from where it was 2 years ago, a supportive environment for our students, and a place that folks can count on to be a rock in our children's lives. Let's see the current administration team through, let's see our initiatives through, and let's give ourselves time to fully understand the effects of what we are doing on student growth. Keeping the team in place is a really good place to start, and then hopefully I won't have to ask myself that terrible question, what if? Thank you for your time.
On the ball, followed by Tamika Rivera-Stokes. And our last speaker will be Sandy Jordan, last speaker on this particular portion of the agenda.
Good evening, Board President Van White, Vice President Elliott, Commissioners of the Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Vargas. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Aníbal Soler, and I'm the proud principal of East High School. This past week, both Board President Van White and Superintendent Dr. Vargas attended an event in Washington, D.C., entitled My Brother's Keeper. Well, tonight, I stand before you as my brother's keeper. I'm also here tonight to speak to you regarding a variety of concerns I have as a Latino school principal and a member of the Educational Task Force of La Cumbre. It's also important to mention that I also speak to you before possibly knowing that in the current culture that I work in, there's a possibility of retaliation to my kids, my school, or my staff. First, my comments regarding the principal of Monroe, Armando Ramirez. His potential displacement came to a surprise to me. The first thing I said was, why? What could he have done that would cause him to be moved in the summer with no notice, no conversation, or any engagement of the school community? Armando was granted tenure this last summer. No current small feat under this current administration. Again, something that has not been fully addressed with the members of ASAR and something that we don't know how you still get to this day. Again, granted tenure, but yet moved for no reason? In the DNC today, Chip Bartner's quote stated that this was an opportunity to bring outside talent that he, Dr. Vargas, believed the school community needed. Belief? In the data-driven era that we currently are living in, belief alone cannot be the reason to make such a drastic change to a school community, especially to its students. Have we stopped to think about what having another change of leadership at school would do to students, families, teachers, and staff? This would be the fourth principal in the 5 years that I've been a principal at East. Have we talked about what the instability does to our students' achievement? Oftentimes, as you heard here tonight, the adults are the only stable thing in our kids' lives in school. Yet as a system, we propose to disrupt that. Secondly, I stand before you not just about the principal of Monroe, but about the Latino community who continues to have no voice or say in their school and in their education. As an active member of La Cumbre, we are the individuals who advocated to this board for the Director of Latino Studies and specifically the Director of Social Justice, a position that we feel is needed to monitor, inform, advocate for our students while reporting directly to the Board of Education. We are also the entity that cannot and will not allow our children to be underserved, misrepresented in schools that are predominantly attended by them. Lastly, I will close with the words of Dr. Martin Luther King. An injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Commissioners, Dr. Vargas, I appeal to you to reconsider the recommendation tonight in asking you to hire new leadership at Monroe and to engage in the work with school principals, teachers, ASAR, the community. We all know it's been clear to you since day one that you cannot do this alone, so please treat us with dignity and respect and like the professionals we are and the school leaders that we are, and let us help you move this district forward. Go Monroe and go East.
Mr. Rivera Stokes, to be followed by Sandy Jordan.
Good evening. You can see all the love this man has. You can see. Good evening, board. But once again, I thought you wanted to have all this be about the kids. You say, don't argue, don't fight. Oh, but behind those doors, the adults are doing the same thing. You're trying to teach these kids to be better in their neighborhood, in the community. Leave all that behind. But yet, y'all taking it to another level as being, oh, we're doing this sarcastically, so they won't understand. Bull crap, because we do understand. Just because we speak another language, don't mean nothing. I'm gonna tell you, no disrespect. I'm a Latina, and I'm a graduate from Monroe, 1991. And back then, it was all about A, B, C, and D. Yes. Hispanics against blacks. Yes. Them not knowing the education, we all the same. Yes. Speak a different language. I hated it back then. My daughter goes to James Monroe, and it's because of Ramirez. Yes. My daughter does not fight anymore. Yes. She does not hurt herself anymore. She doesn't think about trying to kill herself anymore. He's the only man, principal, teacher, behind the other teachers, has supported my child and other kids. You want kids to stop hurting themselves. You want the teachers to teach these kids to love themselves. But once you do that, they have an education. Oh, we got to take that away. But isn't that what you asked for? Amen? Please, please, don't make this about the adults and their ignorance. If you cannot be an adult and take matters behind closed doors and be professional behind closed doors, remove yourself. Because all you're doing is showing the young kids that it's never going to change. Oh, I'm getting my degree for what? To act like them? That's all you're showing them. And I refuse for my kids, and James Monroe is all my kids, to see the ignorance that you guys are showing. For what? There's no reason. There's no reason. And he's the reason why I want to be a Latina.
Sandy Jordan.
I haven't had this view of this room until I stood up because I was sitting next to Armando, and I'm like, wow. For those of you who don't know, my name is Sandy Jordan. I'm a high school principal and president of ASAR. ASAR stands for the Association of Supervisors and Administrators, of which Armando Ramirez is a member. We represent 400 members, both civil service and school-based personnel. I've held this job for 3 weeks. Never did I imagine I would be standing here. All ASAR members need information to do our job. We need effective communication, effective being the key word. I'm only speaking here tonight to drive forward solutions. What happened to Armando Ramirez, finding out that he was being replaced while attending a family picnic through rumors, calling me, I don't know, what are you talking about? Me reaching out to individuals, no one returning any calls all weekend. As a principal, we all hold our telephones 24/7. It was confirmed Sunday night on the internet. When Armando called me to tell me where he saw it, I said, oh, no way. Let me get upstairs and get on the computer. I don't believe this. Sure enough, it was confirmed he found out on the internet. Spending time on blaming whoever should have told Armando he was being removed is not a good use of anyone's time, and that's not why we're here tonight. Informing Armando he was being replaced should have occurred through open, honest, and effective communication. As president of ASAR, I'm more than willing to support any individual who's not able to deliver effective, honest, and open communication, because that's what every staff member in the Rochester City School District deserves. We can never, ever let any other staff member in this district hear they're being replaced on the internet. I do hope that the lack of effective communication of how Armando was informed about being replaced was not in retaliation for ASAR's vote of no confidence. For those of you who remember the vote of no confidence, the #1 reason was lack of effective communication. We want to do our job, but we must be communicated with, and that's not just an email. That is effective communication. It is going out to the schools. I've done this job for 3 weeks, and every single morning I go to a school, whether it's a summer school or just to meet staff. I go to a school. I can't say the same for everyone in this room. I have a collective group of ASAR members, both civil service and school-based, who are more than willing to be on an advisory group to regain the effective communication we so need. Tomorrow I meet with the other 3 union presidents at 12:30, and I will ask them to join me also. Thank you.
Now, we just went through 27 speakers, and now we're going to go to a list of speakers that are not addressing an agenda item. But I did want to indicate to those that took the time to come out and address this issue, there needs to be some clarity here to those folks that just spoke. You understand, many of you do understand, some may not. We're not voting on whether Mr. Ramirez will stay as principal or not. That is not, we have what we call resolution packets, right? His name is not on this resolution packet. There is another individual's name who's on this resolution packet to be appointed principal of Monroe. That's what we're to vote on today, all right? His name has never appeared on this resolution. So, and understand what happens, ladies and gentlemen, understand what happens. Any personnel matter that this board has to deal with has to be dealt in executive session. All these people that support Mr. Ramirez will tell you this. He will tell you this. We cannot talk about anybody's personnel matter on this dais. We cannot do it. All right? So what's going to happen is the person who is referenced, who is recommended by Dr. Vargas to become principal, is entitled, like everybody in here who works for this district, to have this conversation take place in executive session. So what will end up happening is we have an agenda that we have to finish, including we've got 6 more speakers. We're going to hear those 6 speakers. Then we're going to go through a bunch of reports. And then I think I'll exercise my privilege as president. I will, hopefully someone will make a motion to take that particular resolution that deals with that Monroe potential employee. We will segregate that out. And then I will hopefully someone will make a motion for us to go in executive session. We're going to deliberate on that particular situation. We're going to come back here. You're going to hear what's going to happen, and then we will continue on with the rest of our session. Otherwise, what would happen is you'd have to wait until the end of the evening, and I know you don't want to do that. So that's the courtesy, the best courtesy we can provide you. We cannot talk about this person openly. I will, though, extend the courtesy to you all so that you'll know what is going to happen by going into executive session, and we'll come back and there'll be a vote. Okay? Fair enough? Let's continue on with our speakers not addressing an agenda item. Ricardo Adams. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Ricardo Adams.
Hello, my name is Ricardo Adams. Just came up here tonight to have my voice heard, not about this topic, on the 50th anniversary of the riots here in Rochester. I want to speak about the Freedom School program. I want to thank the board for this Freedom School program. I think on the 50th anniversary, I would like to see the board make a commitment not to dilute this summer program. This program is sensational. It doesn't just help the kids retain the knowledge. My 2 kids are a part of that. They've learned stuff, culturally relevant stuff. They know how to confront things that aren't right, because a lot of kids don't know how, when they see something going on wrong, they don't know what to do but stand there. They're even being taught how to address that. I have nothing but high praise for this program that the district got going. And what I'm asking you is to make a commitment today to not dilute that program or change it. Maybe add to it, duplicate it. Just don't dilute it. It is a good program, and that's what I came for. I didn't come to complain. I'm just asking you to make a commitment to try to duplicate it and don't dilute it. Thank you.
Carrie Coleman, Mrs. Coleman. Mrs. Coleman. He'll be followed by Ms. Schroeder.
Good evening. This is great to see a lot of people at a school board meeting like this. And I want to start out with a saying by Frederick Douglass. It's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. This is a system that's been broken. And I want to speak about Ms. Rogers at School 45. Again, we have individuals in here in the legal department, Carol Briggs and others, that's basically attacking our parents. And then we have a board that sits here that does nothing about this. They point fingers at each other. I went through the same thing 3 years ago. I did 2 years in prison illegally because of this. And now I'm suing the state because of it. Ms. Rogers is going through the same thing. It's like they never learned their lesson. Now you speak about democracy. Can you spell it, let alone know the definition of it? This is not democratic. What's happened to this man here? But yet and still we sit here and we play the game. Mr. White, you are a disgrace as a black man. You're a civil rights attorney. You're watching these people's civil rights getting stomped on every day. You bail out on me. You know what? But I'm going to say this. I went through chemotherapy this week. And it's a blessing because it made me aware that we have people here that love our children. That love our children. We got people up here that basically sellouts and Uncle Toms. I'm going to be straight up and tell it how it is. You know, you straddle the fence, Mr. White, but by the time I'm done with you, what you did to my family, you can be a board president in Iceland as a dog catcher.
That's what democracy is about, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give democracy a round of applause. That's all right. That's all right. We got Ms. Schroeder. I'm all right with that. Ms. Schroeder. Amen to that. Brenda Pacheco. Brenda Pacheco. I thought I saw her here. And she will be followed by Joe Baldino. Joe Baldino.
Good evening.
Good evening.
During my tenure, I've come to learn something very critical about what makes successful schools, and I'm here to speak about the support of all of our schools and not just School of the Arts, which I am a strong advocate being the principal for the last 21 years. Change is something that we need to stop in our children's lives. We need the consistency, we need to sustain the progress that we are making, because I do believe that we are making that progress, slowly and surely, with the support of our teachers and our administrators and our principals. I'm here to support the work of assistant principals that continually has been reduced throughout the district for the last 4 to 5 years. School of the Arts is being impacted, but along my colleagues as well, along with Monroe High School, will be impacted not just in their leadership, but in the leadership of Monroe High School as well. Our schools need the support of our administrators, our assistants particularly. They are the conduit to help us move the agenda of instruction in this district. That's what we're about, instructional outcomes. We want our children to be successful. We want them to be prepared. We want them to walk the stage with familiar faces, people who are committed to their lives, who have taken a vocational vow, not just a job. I want to be able to support my colleagues and my parents and my students. I believe in the stability of this district, and I believe that the stability of our district has been that consistency must be the mainframe of what we do. We can't continue to change every time we feel that there's a problem. We have to stay the course. It is hard. It is difficult. We don't do this job because it's easy. We do it because we want to be a part of the solution. I implore the board to reconsider the allocations of assistant principals to all of our schools. Let's not shuffle, let's maintain, let's sustain what we are doing to make it happen for all students. It's not about SOTA, it's about all of our students. Tonight, I support my colleagues. Go Monroe, go SOTA, go East.
Joe Baldino, followed by Mr. Danko Hansen. Sorry.
Good evening, school board members, Dr. Vargas. My name is Joe Baldino. I'm actually finishing my 35th year in the Rochester City School District. My passion is our Rochester City School District students, and I love them very much. That's why I continue to work. I'm going to dovetail on what Brenda just said. We really have to think about our students. That's what we're here for. All of our colleagues, we get beaten down a lot from central office and people of that nature, but we continue to do what we're supposed to do. We continue to do it for our kids. And I want to say this, a major disservice is being done to our students because we're not taking the time to let change take hold. You can look at the literature, look at the research. Monroe is the latest example. Significant improvement has been made in the last 2 years. The data speaks to that. At the very least, it takes 3 to 5 years to effectively change a school. You can't do it in 2 years. There's no such thing as that. You know, our government's spewing that stuff out there too with the race to the top, which is a farce. Okay? So make this a lasting change. It has to be done. You have to change the culture of the school. Not everybody likes that because people get comfortable in their roles. And the adults get comfortable, the kids aren't going to learn as well. We have to make things a little uncomfortable for everyone. I know this from personal experience. I was a principal at BFE at Edison. It took us 5 years to get off the city list. I didn't do it by myself. I worked with a ton of people, committed people, teachers. We were there for the kids every day. I wasn't liked by everyone, okay? But you know what? There was a core of us. We were there. We were doing it for the kids. And we had to make some people feel uncomfortable because that's the only way you're going to change. I'll say right now that there are no quick fixes in school improvement. We need to get off this quick fix merry-go-round like there's somebody that's going to swoop in here and change everything overnight. It doesn't happen. It happens with hard work. It happens with people committed. It happens with people who care about our kids. And the solution's already in the Rochester City School District. We just have to start looking for them, nurture them, communicate with them, and collaborate with them. Thank you very much.
Mr. Danko Hansen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, President White, Commissioners, and Superintendent Vargas. My name is Kwame Danko Hansen. I'm an assistant principal at School of the Arts, but I'm here tonight as a secondary school representative on ASAR. And I'd like to speak to you regarding the role of assistant principals. It's not just the principal's role to be the visionary in schools. With the increase in accountability for student achievement, the primary role of assistant principals has evolved from the disciplinarian and school operations manager to instructional leader. We promote and drive district initiatives, supporting and redesigning remediation programs for failing students. We conduct walkthroughs, observations, and evaluations to elevate the academic integrity of our schools. We work with principals to use school data to make targeted decisions about allocating building resources. We ensure that our schools are in compliance with national, state, and district regulations and meet an AYP, IDEA, NCLB, DESA reporting, and all the other acronyms that we deal with day to day, along with many other metrics that measure school performance and accountability. As APs, we strive to be proactive in our crisis management systems, but with increasing demands on our skills and talents and less than timely communication from central office, we are increasingly finding ourselves in a reactive role. We meet and greet our children every morning, assuring their safety and security when they're in our care. We supervise breakfast, lunch, and sometimes dinner. We're the ears to the ground for dealing with disciplinary issues, student, staff, and families in crisis, mediation and restorative justice practices between and among students, parents, and staff. We make home visits to meet with our parents who have challenges meeting us during the school hours to address the needs of struggling students. We volunteer our time as cheerleaders for our schools, promoting school spirit, sponsoring and chaperoning school and community events. At School of the Arts, the assistant principals provide more than 300 hours of after-school supervision annually, for which we are not compensated, including Saturday school, after-school review classes, and more than 100 evening, and forgive me, I was told I had 3 minutes, so, but I will cut it short here. For more than 100 hours of performances, recitals, and showcases. We work integrally with our principals and serve as the pillars in support of the schools, providing consistency and continuity for our children and community. We are the hubs of the educational wheel in the district. Please give careful consideration to any changes and recommendations you must make this evening. We cannot keep working and operating in crisis mode. Too many changes and disruptions builds inconsistencies in an organization, and it takes a strong leader and visionary to bring stability in a sea of change while advancing the mission of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Not on this. We have the regular portion of our agenda allows us at this particular juncture to hear the superintendent's report, committee reports. I'm going to ask that my colleagues be quick. I will reiterate what we will then do is hopefully there will be a motion to extract the particular motion that deals with the resolution that deals with Monroe High School. Hopefully there'll be a motion to go into executive session. We'll go into executive session, talk about that, and then there'll be a vote here out in public for people to see. And I want to just again repeat a couple things. The resolution packet that we're dealing with today has a whole host of things on it. Just one of them deals with this Monroe High School situation that many of you are here to speak on. It does not deal with at all Mr. Ramirez. Doesn't mention his name at all. Point number 2, the law does not allow us to come back out here and talk about what we talked about in there. If you turn to your right or your left and you speak to people who are employees of this district, they will tell you there's no conspiracy here. We are absolutely, positively prohibited from coming back here and telling you what took place. And I see Mr. Ramirez shaking his head. That's the truth. We can't do that. One other thing that I'm going to be honest, you may not want to hear it, but this is the truth. This resolution deals exclusively with whether to appoint a particular person to Monroe High School. Again, it doesn't deal with Mr. Ramirez. The law further does not allow us, that is the board, to make a decision with respect to Mr. Ramirez. All right? So I just want you to understand the context in which we are making these decisions today. All right? So let's continue on with the rest of our agenda, and then we will go into executive session and come back and report with respect to what happened to that specific Monroe High School resolution. Dr. Vargas.
Thank you, President White. I'll be brief. And I just want to once again let you know that on August 4, next week, we had 3 leaders that are going to be joining us in this district, which you already know. Christiana Otua, who is a distinguished educator, urban educator, well familiar with the challenge that we face, who will help us take us to the next level. There's a sense of urgency in this district as far as the graduation rate. And I just want to be clear. Some of you might don't like what I'm going to say, but 27% graduation rate at Monroe High School for Hispanic students for 2 consecutive years doesn't constitute improvement, in my view. And those are the facts, but I want to be clear, so when I say there's a sense of urgency, I want to put context. And for years, we have overlooked the challenges that we have. There are many people. I am responsible to improve this system. And if I'm going to be responsible, I want to be accountable, and I want to make decisions on behalf of children. And the 3 people that I have appointed, unlike have the credential, has the experience, and the devotion to get us to the next level. The Deputy Superintendent for Administration, which are going to play a key role. She's the leader of the Webster School District. And many of us, which I have said to everyone that work here, we want to give all our children a middle-class education. Mr. Ramirez is a distinguished individual when it comes to his devotion to children, and that is unquestionable. One of the things that I said to him is that you have to put music program, sport, extracurricular activity. You have to, and for the first time in 30 years, we're bringing a football team to Monroe High School. So we are taking action that support what we say, not just at Monroe, but like Mr. Pacheco said, it's not just about the School of the Art. All our children deserve what the School of the Art offered to them. And I couldn't be more pleased when you continue to articulate that mission. That's going to require a lot of work. That's no small undertaking. And I appreciate what Mr. Bardino said, that it takes time. Mr. Jordan, you said that we had to work together, and yes, we had to work together. And you had that commitment. The new leaders that are coming will join everyone in this district to do that. Career and technical education. One of the biggest challenges that we're facing is that our children don't have the same opportunity to take classes that were afforded to children here in the 90s and 1980. All you had to do is to go to Edison Tech, the career and technical education. Our children today, for example, don't have the opportunity to take the same classes and to take classes that will lead them to employment, to college and career. And that will change beginning this year. Next, I have said that we need to, when we talk about education in Rochester, we have to talk about 365 days. Learning doesn't just take place in school. We need our families and our community to help us. And this year, we have invested, this school board have invested significant amount of resources around the summer learning loss. We bought 100,000 books that we send to children. And summer learning program are taking place across this district. For the first time, one of the things that I'm so proud of, that our summer learning program didn't include as much service and support for special education students. And this year, we moved that progress to 18% of our students are in special education. Reading, I will invite each one of you to continue to talk to in your civic organization, at your work, in your neighborhood. Reading should be the culture for our children. It shouldn't be something that they only hear from their teacher. And we are doing our part. We are going to have a back-to-school celebration. Again, that school is something to celebrate. They are precious places. And as our young people mentioned today, we hear a lot of negative things about our school, and we have a lot of challenge, but there's great thing going on. August 12th, we are going to go around. We're going to invite members of this community, each board member, to go through neighborhood, promoting reading like we have been doing for the past 3 years through Rock Read. And on August 15th, we're all going to go to, and we hope to have 15,000 people, or children who come with their books, their assignment, and then we get a free ticket to see a baseball game, so that our children, again, are recognized for the love of reading, and I encourage to read in multiple places. So, just very briefly in here, We have this year accomplished much when it comes to the summer program. But one of the things that we were changing beginning this opening of the school year, we will plan beginning on October, where we know and our family, we know what kind of summer opportunity they will have. Just like we changed the culture that teachers and principal and others used to know when their work assignment was going to be. Normally, many of them, as they told me at least, and I know that they haven't changed their mind, is that it used to be that you didn't know what schedule you were going to have. Our students and family deserve more than that. And I'm pleased to inform you that our families, we have a schedule in their hand before school open. There will be an orientation, and also not just one. We are encouraging multiple orientation in our school, just like you do in a middle-class school. Many of our people that work here understand that, because many people that work with the Rochester City School District, many of us send our children to school in our surrounding district. And one of the things that you don't see in places like Penfield, orientation is not by chance. They are well planned, well thought out, and well executed. So I thank the Board of Education for your effort and your investment on behalf of our students. That concludes my report, President White.
Mr. President, with your permission, I would just ask if we could suspend board reports and move directly to resolutions, and with the particular reason for being able to discuss Resolution 5 in executive session, if that's okay with you, Mr. President.
That's fine. Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
All those in favor of taking resolution number 5 and discussing it in executive session? Say aye. Aye. We are now in executive session. What's going to happen is we're going to go downstairs to a conference room, then we'll come back up here and vote on our, I'll let you know what our vote is. Conduct the vote. Oh, no.
Why not we just withdraw?
Well, me.
Patty? Sorry.
I don't want to do this. I do have one question about his report. About his report. We want to do that when he comes back in. No, okay. Actually, I'm going to need a motion to come out of executive session. It's been moved by the Vice President
Second.
Elliott, second by Commissioner Evans. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, back to the consideration of resolutions. Commissioner Evans, do you have a motion?
Yeah, motion to amend Resolution 5 to strike under assignment on the second name of this resolution, strike the name James Monroe High School. By making this motion, this will not affect the employment of the individual. They still will be employed by this district. It would just affect the assignment. So that is my motion, Mr. President.
It's been seconded by Vice President Elliott. All those in favor, strike. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Just want folks to want you to know what happened. Remember, I've been saying repeatedly, the resolution only related to a particular person, and that particular person's proposed assignment to Monroe High School. The resolution has been changed such that that person is hired, but will not be assigned to Monroe High School. Is that? No.
Sir.
That was a conversation about his particular amendment. Don't get too excited just yet. All right? We can have some conversation. The board may want to have some conversation about that particular resolution now, which again has a particular person being hired by the superintendent, by the district. So now we'll have that discussion if anybody wants to comment. Anybody?
I do have a general comment, not relating to, obviously we spent a lot of time listening and considering regarding specific personnel issues, but I have a general concern regarding our district-wide management of high-level administrators and how decisions are made regarding placing individuals and what kind of excess pool of qualified bracket 1 in particular administrators we have on hand who are not placed in their primary position, which would be considered to be a building principal in many cases, not all cases. I had submitted this question. Please provide a list of all current bracket 1 administrators, both civil service and certificated, who have not been granted tenure, and a list of all current bracket 1 administrators who have tenure. For each list, please indicate anticipated position for fall 2014 listing actual schools or central office position assignments. The reason for submitting this question has to do with our responsibilities as a board regarding effective and efficient allocation of resources. So this goes beyond the scope of any particular assignment or any particular individual. The fact that this listing could not be produced is really troubling because it either means that no one is taking a global view regarding this kind of resource implication, which some have speculated may reach the order of $1 million of staff salary benefits that are unassigned in terms of these primary main educator roles. And the other implication is that, that we don't have a sense of the magnitude. The other explanation is that the board is being obstructed from performing our basic oversight functions in terms of allocation of resources. So it's very troubling, and I will not be able to vote for this. I wouldn't have, regardless of the change of school, until the board is provided with this kind of listing, and we have evidence that our administration is looking at this kind of global resource allocation. This does, unfortunately, affect another resolution as well, and I will speak to it briefly at that point. And this has nothing to do with my regard for the individuals who are being proposed to be assigned.
Anybody else? I think it's important to add the individual who was the subject of this particular amended resolution, which doesn't have them going to Monroe. Her credentials are exemplary, and I just don't want the message to go out that the decision that was made today was a reflection upon her abilities. We look forward to her contributions in this district, but again, depending on how this vote goes, it just will not be at Monroe High School. Anybody else? Any other comments? All right, all those in favor of resolution number 5, say aye. 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 All those opposed?
No. No.
There was 2 noes. Yes. Got that? All right, so let's continue on with the consideration of resolutions. Can I get a motion to consider resolutions 1 through 4 and 6 through 22? These are, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just say that, I appreciate the board acknowledging the fact that we do need talent in here. Our challenging is serious. When you got 27% graduation rate of any subgroup, and the graduation rate of African American male, doesn't matter how you look at it. There's a sense of urgency, not just for the administrators, not just for teachers, not just for this board, but the entire community. And I just wanted to repeat, because I got phone call, I say, how could you take certain action when you have such a progress? And the number doesn't bear the progress that we need. How could I talk? What would I say to the 73% of the parent who didn't see their child graduated on time? So I just wanted to make sure that it's understood that there's a sense of urgency, and it's appreciated, President White, what you say, that we do need to acknowledge, as I have said, we need help from talent for people who work here. We have great talent in here. But we do need to be mindful for that there's a sense of urgency, and I appreciate the board voting to recognize that this individual that you just voted for could play a role. And I understand the wishes of the board that you don't wish that individual to be placed at Monroe High School. And I want to say to Mr. Ramirez, as I mentioned to you this afternoon, I'm terribly sorry. This is not the way, and I apologize to you, and I apologize to you publicly. This is not the way that a district should conduct business that you find the way you did. And I take responsibility for that. And I have said to everyone who work here that we had to model our behavior. And I take responsibility, meaning that we shouldn't disparage Mr. Ramirez. He will tell you, had tremendous love for students and hard work and has a lot of contribution to make in this district. I happen to be responsible to making certain decisions. And the decision that I made was that they would be a more suitable at this time location in which Mr. Ramirez could serve. I just want to be clear. I apologize to him. No one. It doesn't make me proud to be associated with an organization that have, that makes such a mistake. I mean, and I take responsibility. It was a mistake. The staff explained it to me. They know to be hold responsible. I take responsibility for that. And I will continue to search for have a person at Monroe who can meet the challenge. And I just want to be clear with that, because people I know that there's nothing more or less that will make you happy to say to you what you want to hear. But leadership sometimes requires giving you the message that perhaps you don't want to hear tonight. But thank you again.
All right, we are going to, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move on with the consideration of the balance of the resolutions. Resolutions 1 through 4 and 6 through 22 are human capital initiatives. Yes.
3-minute recess.
Why?
Clear the room.
Motion to
No.
move the resolutions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have business to continue. If you are leaving the room, please leave the room. The conversation will continue. This isn't the only place that the conversation takes place. I ask that if you leave the room, that you leave the room quietly. Resolutions 1 through 4 and 6 through 22. Can I get a motion to strike that? We need to vote on Resolution 5.
Oh, I thought we did.
Is there a second?
And we did vote then.
All those in favor say aye.
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 No, that was already.
No? You say no?
Yeah, take a 2-minute break. Can't hear.
We already did that.
No. I'm not. Okay. There is a motion to pass resolution number 5, right? No. We passed the amendment.
No, both. We passed both. Van, we passed both.
You passed the amendment right away, because I thought that...
I don't think we did. We had discussion about it. We were having discussion about it. Malik passed, it was an amendment to, it was a motion to amend.
Oh, we did, because I voted no and Mary voted no. That's right.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right, so now, resolutions 1 through 4 and 6 through 22. Can I get a motion to advance those conversations? A motion? Second? Second? All those in favor, say aye. Any discussion on resolutions 1 through 4 and 6 through 22?
Yeah, President White?
Yes, ma'am.
Resolution 9, I'm going to want to have that separated, have an A and B here.
Okay.
I have a problem that we're paying $50 to a occupational and physical therapist or coordinator for that. So can we separate that out? And somebody tell me, is this the market rate that we charge, that we give for coordinators of occupational and physical therapy? Can somebody respond to that? That's a lot of money.
Chris, you want the response now?
Yes.
President White.
Sure. Yep.
Chris, when you Bethany, thank you.
I can respond that this is the contractual rate for this position, for this individual. I can identify what the market rate is for coordinators of OTPT. It is a shortage area for the district in the area, though, for OTPTs.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
It's a occupational and physical therapists are a shortage area.
Is this full-time?
Yes.
Okay. Did I miss it to be able to separate out separate 9 into 9A and B.
Yeah, but Commissioner Elliott, I don't know that you need to do that. I mean, you can just vote no to those if that ends up being your wish.
No, I do want to vote in favor of the other positions, but $50 is...
No, what she can do, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're 1 through 4 and 6 through 22. She can vote no to whatever one she wants to and make the record be recorded to that. She doesn't need to separate it out. In other words, let's say, for example, you don't want to vote in favor of number 9.
I don't want to vote in favor for one of the positions.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. So, yeah. All right,
Well, I don't know. What's the
you got to make your
protocol?
motion to amend.
Yeah, can I, all right, let me, I'd like to, Mr. President, make a motion to
Sure.
separate Resolution 9 into A and B, and I want to separate out the Coordinator of Occupational Physical Therapy. Make that 9B, please.
Can you second to that motion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So that will allow you to vote your pleasure on those particular.
Okay, I've got a couple other questions.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, on Resolution 11, there seems to be a number of employees who are been terminated, who's submitted resignations from the Special Education Department. Can someone give a rationale for Special Education Department? Is this?
Good evening. Do you have a particular individual you want me to speak to, or I can
If you look at page 6 of the resolution, no, you don't speak. I don't need you to speak to an individual, but it just seems that there are at least 4 positions here of people who are resigning. What's that situation? Page 6.
That sounds like an executive session conversation.
I can't speak to why those people have left. I'm not sure why.
Oh, they don't work directly for you? They
No,
work throughout the buildings?
I thought you were referring
Okay.
to the 2 on page 5.
All right, thank you. But Bethany, I need you to stay. Resolution 12, these people were terminated. Do we have proper documentation for these terminations?
So these terminations are individuals who are on our preferred eligibility list. Other school districts have an end date for preferred eligibility lists for certified staff, but Rochester does not. So we've taken an effort to clean up our preferred eligibility list for people who we've contacted year after year after year for recall, and they haven't responded. So we sent out letters to folks on the preferred eligibility list that have not been responsive for a number of years, and asked them if they didn't respond, that they would be removed from the list. So this is just terminating them from the preferred eligibility list. They're not actually actively working in the district.
Okay, and then my last question, 16, Resolution 16. Can you provide me a list of people who are people of color who've been, whose positions have been abolished?
I can give you that, and I'll give you the new statistics for the employee population.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Mary?
Yep, regarding 16, can you explain what happened there with that large number of abolished positions?
This is actually less than what was originally based upon the number of positions in the budget that were reduced. We decided not to go to board last month with reductions because we know that there's a lot of resignations, retirements, changes in positions. So this is actually significantly less than what was originally expected to be reduced from the budget.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, so now we're going to vote on resolutions 1 through 4, 6 to 22, including 9A and 9B. Is that right? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Resolution 6, Resolution 9B.
Commissioner Adams?
I vote no to number 6 for the same reason that I articulated for number 5, with regret. And that's it. The rest I vote yes for.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you recorded those votes. Commissioner Campos, are you going to say something?
What's that?
Were you going to say something?
Nope.
Okay. All right, let's move on to consideration of resolutions 23 through 27. They are additional pay resolutions. Can I get a motion to advance the conversation about these resolutions?
So moved.
It's been moved by Commissioner Powell. Can I get a second? Second. Commissioner Cruz has seconded that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any discussion regarding 23 through 27?
Regarding number 23, there are a lot of additional pay resolutions for priority schools, and there were a large number of resolutions for priority school summer staff development at last board meeting as well. I'm concerned, that this is good that there are large numbers of staff participating in various development activities at the priority schools. Acknowledging that there's been a change in leadership, still I'm concerned about lack of any such activities among the School 45 staff. This is a priority school with significant challenges. My question is, will there be any last-minute additions? Well, that was actually a question that never received a response that was submitted prior to this meeting. So there obviously have not been any last-minute additions regarding School 45 staff development. And again, I would make the same comments, not to be too irritable and too disagreeable, but it's really a problem when board questions remain unanswered because they are submitted with thought, with intent to help improve things. And it's our role as decision makers to be aware of trends and to notice things like one priority school that's particularly challenged not having any summer development activities.
Commissioner Adams, as you know, and I think my colleagues know, we recently implemented, consistent with our theme that we are going to do what we say we're going to do. We've reinvigorated our policies with respect to, our practices, I should say, with respect to getting answers to board questions. As a little background, apparently there was some protocol for answering questions that was written in 2009, and you had to blow the dust off the memo because no one had looked at it in a while. Well, we've, thanks to our able clerk, Shanae Lee, she was able to amend it. We passed it around for you guys to make any suggestions. But this week in leadership, it's a standing agenda item. The administration will have to account for every outstanding question that the board has. I don't know when.
Can I respond? Because it did not work this week.
Let me just finish. I'm just responding to the general issue of questions. This reinvigorated process is going to take some time. I understand there were some questions that weren't answered. And matter of fact, one question was answered and the answer was in the wrong place. It's going to take us some time to get this protocol revised and reinvigorated, but I am committed to having this as a standing agenda item where the administration, like those other items that we've made them accountable for, will have to count every Wednesday morning at 7:30 for every outstanding question. And as we roll this out, it's going to be some glitches, but I am very confident, the superintendent and I have talked about this, that this is a high priority for them, and it's certainly a high priority for me.
I appreciate it very much, but with all due respect, we've had this same conversation, and the protocol is not significantly different from what has been described, what has been in emails, and what has been known to all of us throughout my time on the board. So I appreciate your commitment to work at this harder, but we've been there before, and I'm going to continue to raise these in monthly board meetings. Unfortunately, if questions are not answered, I'm going to continue to raise them.
Well, and I think you should. And actually, Mary, it is because of your insistence. Ms. Malgeri?
She asked the question, President White, and I think it's a degree of fairness here that I need to defend my staff. You asked that question past that meeting, after the meeting that we met. We got to understand that I have people that are working pretty hard, and we have a commitment to give you the information, and you need it. And you're right that sometimes when you raise questions, it could help us, but I just will tell you that I will put this board and my record against anyone east or west of the Hudson or east or west of the Mississippi in terms of the number of questions that we respond on a weekly basis, and we encourage you, and I'm committed to work with President White, and we have a process in place that we meet every weekly, and it's a standing item, agenda item, and when the President says something on an organization that is committed, which is a commitment that we just reached about 5 days ago or less, that we at least give this space and time for us to execute. And it's what I want to model to this organization, that everything doesn't become a conflict, and everything doesn't become an I got you or fill in the blank. And again, you just saw me apologizing to Amanda because that we do need to be better at many things, but one of the things is also being reasonable in terms of the volume of question that we are getting, which, by the way, we will need to be better and we will get better. But when the President said that, he just has established a process that I think is going to yield some result, that we trust that that effort will pay off.
The only thing I would say, Commissioner Adams, is let me repeat, factually, this new reinvigorated process wouldn't have happened but for your email saying there are questions that are outstanding that haven't been answered. But this is different than what has happened in the past. I don't know that outstanding questions have ever been an standing agenda item on the leadership. It's never happened before. No, well, people who've been in those meetings, Shanae has been privy to those meetings. I certainly have been at many of them. It's never been a standing agenda item. That's the first thing. Second thing, I don't ever recall seeing a log presented to board leadership on a weekly basis, not just on right before the board meetings. We've had those before our Thursday board meetings. There's an inventory of all the questions, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about questions that come out through the life of our business, doing our business, as you say, as board members. There's never been a running log of all the questions. That has not happened before. And I'm saying, as James Cleveland would say, please be patient. We're not through just yet. And my hope is that 2 weeks from now, 2 months from now, you will say, oh, this was different. Again, thematically, I've been very clear about this. I've said from day one, there are things, it's our to-do list. There are things that we say we're going to do that we have to do. One of the things they've said to the board is, we're going to answer your questions. That hasn't always happened. I'm believing that what we've implemented now will get answers to our questions. And the interesting thing is, the last leadership meeting, we realized just how productive that could be. We're looking at this log sheet of questions, and we're realizing that one of the questions was answered, but it was put in the wrong part of the sheet, the form. So I think, Commissioner Adams, you will see some progress in this area. So just be a little more patient. You are absolutely right to be impatient, but I ask just for your indulgence a little bit longer. Any other questions or comments regarding resolutions 1 through 4 or 6 through 22? Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I guess there was a written response provided this evening, but I haven't seen it. So, Dr. DiMartino.
It was sent in at 1 o'clock this afternoon to Shanae. I just sent it to you.
I think it's worthwhile to hear the answer to the question.
Oh, absolutely. Good.
Okay.
Do you have the answer, Ray?
I do.
Good.
Commissioner, as you know, the work that we've been conducting at 45 School has been very specific and comprehensive. One aspect of professional development that has been established, and we're developing actually a year-long timeline, is specific to a format of or a style of positive behaviors and intervention supports. So much so that we're extending that professional development by developing a year-long plan that will include support vis-a-vis the RSC task, working and collaborating with some colleagues from the New York State Education Department as well. Appreciatively, and I'd like to welcome Jason Wirtz on board as the acting principal. Jason is an individual who has a strong interest and a level of background in supporting positive behavior intervention supports as well in his immediate past position. That professional development will not only be extended to the school-based planning team, Commissioner, but it's professional development, again, that will be braided throughout the entire 45-school organization. That's one snapshot. I can continue with additional specifics if you'd like.
The concern was an absence of any summer work.
So additional professional development is continuing. The summer work or the summer programming is because of a shift in leadership. We wanted to make sure that we had that leadership working hand in hand with the school-based planning team. That work is actually being established. So I can assure you that we will continue moving forward. That also includes, because I know that it's been a previous question, and I want to make sure that you're comfortable with the work that's taking place and continued planning with the PLC design and development as well.
So 45 School is also a TIF school, so one of the professional development aspects of TIF is that teachers are eligible with 72 hours of PD for a stipend, which only requires the resolution to pass after the hours are completed. And therefore, the additional pay resolutions, the TIF incentive is being utilized at that school building to offer that PD support, and we can provide the documentation for the hours that are completed.
Set? Thank you. All right, so again, we're considering resolutions 1 through...
No, 20.
I'm sorry? Commissioner Powell, did you say something?
It's resolution through 22 through 27, I think, right?
23 through 27. Right. Did we get a motion to discuss those?
We have a motion on the floor.
Yep. Is there a second?
It's already there.
Yeah, it's already been.
All right, so we're voting.
Second.
Yep.
There was yeses, you counted the yes votes, but there was not a no vote. And I had,
You had the...
yeah, no for me. No to all. To all, yes.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Powell. All right, so let's try resolutions 28 through 29, procurement and supply.
So moved.
That's been moved by Vice President Elliott. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Powell. All those in favor?
Well, let me just, if I might, just say that now that we've got to this part of the agenda, the resolutions 28 through 69 and 71 through 72 all were advanced with recommendation through the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. All those in favor of resolutions 28 through 29?
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. All right. Can I get a motion to discuss resolutions 30 through 68, educational facilities? I have a motion by Commissioner Elliott. Second by Commissioner Evans. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, any discussion? 30 through 68?
Yes, I do have discussion, but I also have a no vote on one of them.
Well, why don't you do the discussion first?
Okay. In reference to the educational resolutions, I see there are a lot of engineering resolutions for Labella, and I think I sent an email out. If I did not, I'd like to know how much money we've paid Labella for the year, or over the last school year, if I can get that information. In reference to Resolution 69, can someone tell me what data are we collecting and what is eScholar? Resolution 69.
We're not on 69 yet.
Oh, we're not?
30 through 68.
Oh, you know what? I think I got confused in terms of when
I've been there. Don't worry, no worries.
Commissioner Powell talked about all of them going through the Finance Committee.
Oh, okay.
My apologies.
No worries. Any other?
So it's 30 through 68?
30 through 68,
Yep.
30 through 68.
No more for me.
What's that?
No more for me.
Okay. Anybody else, 30 through 68?
Yeah, I have concerns about the football fields.
Okay.
I know that I sat in on finance and heard about it, and I understand that it's highly aidable, but I am concerned about future debt you know, the total overall cost, and I think there is an answer out there for that. And then I'm also concerned about future cost in terms of associated infrastructures, parking lots, things like that. For example, I know that at Madison, at the Wilson Foundation building, there's not a lot of parking nearby. So anticipate, you know, are we going to come down the road a year from now, 2, 3 years from now, and be expected to make these features actually accessible and useful? Are we going to then be asked to pay for things that are not highly aidable? Aside from the aidability, it is a huge public expenditure, and I did not realize that the total number of artificial turf fields with lighting and so on that's being proposed is actually 5 rather than 2 in totality. So I didn't understand those things at the time of the Finance Committee meeting, and I think it's a huge undertaking without a lot of ancillary questions answered. And I don't think I'm going to be able to support it. I mean, it would be useful to know the total cost to the district after aidability and so on.
It's 100%. I provided a letter from the Assistant Commissioner of SED, that delineates that we've, constructed a model in partnership with our facility department and SED. It took a year to get to this point where 100% of the field will be funded by New York State. The majority of it will be covered by building aid. 2 to 3% of it will be covered by bullet aid. So it's fully covered. The way there was a criteria process that was utilized to develop which fields to develop. I apologize to you that that presentation was presented at the Finance Committee before, that you weren't there, but we had presented to the Finance Committee at length to go through that. And it was a balance of geographic, that was one piece. Another piece was, the aidability to, in considering that. Parking was a piece of the consideration. So you're concerned about parking at one facility. It may be premised on sort of the heavy use, but like at Franklin, that's one of the facilities that we're proposing to put artificial turf field in right there. They have a significant, capacity for parking there. So we were deliberate in trying to create, an opportunity in each quadrant. So you have not only access for our children, that go to school, but also our community. So we wanted to make this a community access as well. I did reach out to the city as part of this process. I obtained support from the mayor in June, and then city council in July, informally, because I did not want to present this to this board without having support of that administrative body. So we, the facilities group, along with myself, presented that to that group. We actually started with the Finance Committee to get their support before we engaged the administration over at City Hall. So we tried to be very deliberate in the process that we went through. I'd be glad to share with you the presentation. I have it now that we presented to the Finance Committee back in early June, I think is when it was.
So there will be a total of 5 fields in the district, artificial turf fields is the vision?
So the East High field is being constructed this summer as part of the FMP project, okay? What's before the board now is to construct an artificial turf at Wilson Foundation, right? And at Franklin, right? That's it at this point, okay? In the presentation, we also were transparent that we're thinking about the Jefferson campus as well, because that would be the other quadrant of the city that would not have a resource like this. However, the city, has a significant asset right nearby. They want to engage in possibly realigning the field and doing some other work there. If we're going to do something like that, it would take additional engagement with SED. So that's why in our process we said we were looking to that in 2017 or 18, that we weren't prepared to advance it at this time, but we wanted to be transparent about we're looking at that facility. with the encouragement of the city, but they're not prepared to make additional investment at this time as well for the Jefferson campus.
Okay, thank you very much. One last very quick question. Can soccer be played on these fields?
Yes, for sure.
Okay,
For
thanks.
sure, the lines are there. Soccer, lacrosse, kickball, football, cheerleading. You basically have created a space that now can be used significantly more than the prior surface. We'll find a way.
We can do that in my backyard. I think we can find a way.
Let me just say, I had
We call it marbles.
I had the opportunity to be interviewed by my good friend Bob Lonsberry, actually while I was traveling to D.C., and he asked me, he said, why are you guys spending all this money on fields when, the district has all these problems? And I said, let me be very clear about this. Anybody who thinks that the district's struggles are related to or will be further exacerbated by the fact that we get top-notch fields is crazy, right? That is not the problem in this district. And my personal view is, the reason why I'm going to vote in favor of this is, our kids need to be competitive at all levels, not just academically, but athletically. They are entitled to play in the same kind of fields that children in the suburban communities play on. And there's some safety reasons behind that, too. So I made it very clear to Bob, and I would make it very clear to everybody, there is no shame in this game. Our kids should have top-notch teachers, they should have top-notch books, they should have top-notch athletic fields. And we should make sure they're going to get it, and especially when the state is going to reimburse us for the bulk of the cost of that. So I think this is a good thing, and I'm happy that we're able to do it for our kids who will be playing on those fields. Not adults, but kids will be playing on those fields. So that's good news. So thank you for doing that. Any other comment? All right, so you guys will correct me if I'm wrong. 30 through 68, all those in favor of resolutions 30 through 68, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, let's move on. You get that, Madam Clerk? We are now on resolution 69, and no commission. Oh, can I get a motion to discuss resolution?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
All right, I think that's done. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. What were you going to say?
I thought that was a question about this.
Oh, no. 69, any comment or questions about 69?
Right, I wanted to know what data is being collected and what is eScholar for Resolution 69.
Good evening. The data that we send, this is all the data that is required by the state. So this is, the state submits all of their requirements around student data, the teacher-student linkage data, performance evaluation data, all of our assessment scores. So they provide the requirements, and then school districts in New York State have to submit that data. So this is just to fulfill the state required data loads. And districts across the state use the BOCES services they're kind of the flow through. So we submit our data to the level 0 through Erie One BOCES. That's our regional information center that we work with. And then they kind of churn the data and go through the edit checking, and then ultimately raise it up to the level 2, which is when the state then has the aggregate, all the data.
So is this data system called eScholar, or what is eScholar?
eScholar is actually the structure that Erie One BOCES uses. eScholar is their vendor, that they have utilized their structure. So our agreement is only with Erie One BOCES. We submit our data to Erie One BOCES.
All right, thank you. And I have a question on Resolution 70.
No, we're just on 69.
Oh.
That's all right.
No, but it's 69. Oh, that's just, is it 69? Okay, I'm okay.
That's all right.
All right.
Any other questions? That's right. Any other questions or comments with respecting Resolution 69? There being none? Oh, okay. You have to abstain on what, 72, right? Okay, we're almost there. All right, all those in favor of Resolution 69, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Nope. Ayes have it. All right, here we go. 70, we're almost there, folks. 70 through 81. All those in favor of discussing resolution 70?
No, you gotta make a motion.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, I thought you was talking about
No,
discussion.
advancing in the discussion. All those in favor, come on now. Thank you.
Second.
All right. All those in favor of discussion say aye. Aye. Now we're going to discuss resolutions 70 through 81. We already did. Now we're having discussion.
I'm questioned on,
Discussion?
yeah, resolution 70.
Yep.
Although I'm pleased with the reduction, can somebody explain how do we get from 4.6 million down to 2.3 million? But I just want to know what happened there.
Resolution?
70 for core education consulting, Keenan and Keenan Associates.
It's basically driven by our budget. We authorized in our budget the $2,300,000 for temporary services. So the reduction you see is really the combination of budgets we've approved in the past and amendments that we've made to the budgets in the past and what's on the existing budget right now.
Can Bethany give me a response to that?
So we were able to reduce our temporary employee expenses about 10% last year, just through monitoring and ensuring that temps weren't called in when there wasn't a vacancy or a need for an actual temp. So, Harry's group did a really good job at making sure that when people were using temps, that they were being used for a legitimate purpose. And we set up protocols at the beginning of last year to make sure that they were followed.
Okay, so this has nothing to do, it has no correlation necessarily with attendance?
I would have to look at that.
Okay. Okay. All
You
right. Resolution, yes, thank you. Resolution 73. I was a little unclear. It seems a little convoluted to me, but I could be wrong. What's the difference between what's being asked in the first resolve versus what's being asked in the second resolve? The only thing that I could see was that there's a difference in the date. Can somebody bring some clarity to me for this one? This is Resolution 73, Special Education Program Providers.
Could you ask me your question again, please?
What's the difference between the two? The only thing I could see was that there's a difference in the date. So can you bring some clarity to me from the first resolved in Resolution 73 and the second resolve?
The first resolve is those programs, that's when those students would be beginning services in those programs, as opposed to the second one, the August start date. That's when charter schools start their services.
All right, okay. Thank you very much. And then 76, the Resolution 76. It doesn't seem to me that this justification of this strategic goal 2 matched with what's being requested for the board to approve. Can somebody respond to that?
The question,
the justification, the strategic goal, objective A, doesn't seem to coincide, unless I'm just not reading this correctly, to the resolution that's being asked for us to approve.
the strategic goal number 2, objective A you're talking about?
Mm-hmm. Provide parents, guardians with diverse opportunities for active family participation in their students' education. That doesn't seem to align with what's being asked for us to approve.
This is the amendment or this is the agreement with the Center for Youth that came about as a result of the board asking us to work with the Center of Youth and restore more ATS rooms in the schools that you see noted. The goal here is that through the Center for Youth social interventionists, when students find themselves in behavior difficulty, they work with the students, including the families if necessary, to improve the students' ability to participate in the school setting as opposed to being ISS or suspended.
I still don't see how the justification matches them. This is more in reference to, I'm talking about the justification, and it talks about provide parents and guardians with diverse opportunities for active family participation in their students' education. That's different from working on alternatives to suspension, and that's where that's where there seems to be a disconnect.
I would have to come back and give you an answer to why this was used, but that's the background.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a, Mary? Yeah, I have a couple things, and I don't need the answers right away. Resolution number 71, if someone could get me the success rate of these particular SAS organizations. I mean, how are we evaluating them? How did they end up being returned? I don't need the answer now.
I'm going to ask Carolina to make sure that we get that answer to.
So we'll add that to our list of questions, Madam Clerk. Can you make sure that we can answer that? Because obviously there's something about these 8 organizations that make them worthy of providing these services, and I want to know how we're measuring their success and how they ended up being recommended again for this coming year. 75, this doesn't even have to be an official question, but I was curious, maybe you can answer that right now really quickly. Why did you decide to change the title from Chief of Schools, from Chief of Innovation to Chief of Schools? Is there an abbreviated answer for that, Paul? That's Resolution 75.
Well, it's in terms of the person has so much relationship with the school, so in terms of innovation, a lot of these things are really more direct related to requirement from the state that this person fulfill.
So will there still be an Office of Innovation?
Yeah, we have the Office of Innovation.
Will that person be in that Chief of Schools be in that office or no? I'm trying to figure
Yeah, that's Karina, that's your area. And sir? Yes, that's with the board we discussed last time for the CPE person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. And then Resolution 77. Commissioner Campos, you were going to make it.
To abstain to
No,
71 and 72.
no. 77. Resolution that you
Oh,
were
thank you. Yep.
I can sort of introduce that particular subject just by discussing it. That relates to the enhanced plan for East High School, and my understanding is that the administration is not just ready to present that. Actually, I think we will be getting it tonight. Maybe
We have it now, but the school is planning to be looking at it.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to?
No, we don't need to discuss now. But so the resolution has to be tabled at
Yeah,
Commissioner Campbell's.
I'd like to make that motion to table that resolution.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. So 77 has been tabled. So I'm all set with 70 through 81. Anybody else?
I just wanted to clarify, we need this thing by
31st.
The 31st, so that means that the board going to have to, today is the what day?
24th.
24. So you might want to speak to when you want to convene that meeting, because we had to go to the state arena. Is there anything you would like to add? Please.
We received clarification from Albany. We were in Albany yesterday and Tuesday, discussing with state education what the qualifications for an enhanced SCEP for East entail in full. So there is a new SCEP document for which I brought printed copies that I'll share with the clerk, which will be approved by the school-based planning team in final format on July 29th. It has with it, and you'll notice, costs, not additional costs, but actually costing out activities. For example, if I'm dedicating common planning time for teachers, 10 hours over the course of the school year for data protocols, even though there's no additional cost to that, the state has asked us to capture the true cost of that teacher's time, even though it's part of a regular salary. So that involves a new level of detail in our finance department that we're working through with state ed. East High is unique in the out of time school status, and so we've been working with the EPO to proactively lay certain foundational aspects between September and January when their plan comes into place that will line them up to proceed with that plan more smoothly. So building some inherent capacity that will allow them to go deeper once they move forward, if that plan is approved by the commissioner.
So one of the questions that I had asked was, is Steve Ewing et al., are they involved in this process?
Yes, so the district right now is solely responsible for the school for this school year, but in the collaborative nature that we're seeking to engage in with the University of Rochester, we've been having joint meetings to make sure that whatever is planned here lays the groundwork for the work to come. So in addition, there's a narrative that will follow this that has to ensure that the district is providing additional supports for East High that other schools are not getting in this school year that will improve the student achievement outcomes. That's what they call the enhanced. And the enhanced version has to just address a narrative format, and you'll see it embedded within. What are the additional mandatory professional development elements that will be part of East High School's plan for both teacher and leadership development? Expanded learning time and how that will be offered and made available to meet the 200-hour criteria for a minimum of 50% of all students at East High School, and also parental engagement planning for the communication process for the new school plan to be developed. And so you see how some of those things are district pieces, but some of them cross over right into the EPO plan. So it is new territory both for the state and for the district, and we are working with several state education officials to ensure that things are lined up well. The rest of the SCEPs will be presented at the August 12th ESA committee and brought before you for resolution on August 24th. The other piece of this is that this is an iterative process with the state because it is new. So drafts will be posted, we'll receive feedback, and we are going to be monitoring quarterly from a central office perspective the progress on these reports so they don't get away from us. As you'll see, part of it is a self-assessment of the implementation of how schools self-assess their own implementation from last year. So we built additional supports in play for that.
Thank you, Karina. I just want to acknowledge the extraordinary work that she's doing. Each one of our school had to have one of this. This is a very detailed report, and the state is shifting. They're no longer viewing those reports as being passive. They require for us, as Karina stated, that we constantly monitor that practice. So, as I said earlier, when you ask questions, it doesn't mean that we have a lot of folks that and every district would tell you that this is a new day for central office as far as requiring. I don't need to point to you to the west of us. One of the things that you hear is that this report don't get on time, so I want to thank Karina and everyone in this staff for your diligence and also for being on top of things. And we ask the board to be patient. Sometimes you get things at the last minute. And it's not because we don't want it, but it's because Karina might be waiting something from budget to make sure that we have all the information in it. So this is very thorough, require a lot of work, and also require a little bit of patience from the board because it's a new territory.
Well, we appreciate you saying that because there was a concern, I can just speak for myself about us not having this, and particularly since the board was so intimately involved in East future. This was something that we really wanted to make sure we were on top of, but we appreciate the challenges of your team engaging in process is very new, so we will be patient. All right, any other, we're still dealing with resolutions 70 through 81. We've tabled resolution 77. Any other, Commissioner Adams?
Yep, regarding 75, at the last board meeting, the board unanimously voted against an SEG-related resolution. And Dr. Vargas, I'd like to know how this resolution relates to that one. And I also want to note that the Chief of Innovation position was just created in December of 2013, just a few months ago.
Correct. As you recall, the Career and Technical Education did run into some challenges that we discussed, and it was the board, as I understand, Commissioner Cruz actually make the suggestion to the board that I find a way within the current SEG to fulfill that position. And you remember that happened last month, right? Mr. Cruz.
So I guess I would say that I see this, I'm sorry, I don't know if there's a nicer way to say it, but I see it as a manipulation to get around and circumvent the board's unanimous decision from the last board meeting. So I won't be able to support it.
And again, I'm acting on the director of the board, so I'm seeing a contradiction and following your direction, but I'm manipulating you. So, but perhaps I'm not getting your message.
That was my view, my expression.
Oh.
Okay. Any other comment regarding?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we do have two policy resolutions, Resolution 80 and 81, I want to acknowledge Bill Benet's presence. I can't believe you sat through this whole meeting. And thank you, and I think you'll see the fruits of your labor tonight as we finally get to casting our votes on the policy resolutions.
He was on the county ledge. He's used to this.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Powell.
It's not always like this, I promise.
What's that? Yeah, I'm not backtracked to committees. Any other comments or questions regarding 70 through 81? All those in favor of resolution 70 through 81 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Yep. The clerk has prepared a list of conflicts, and she has Commissioner Campos for Resolution 71, Commissioner Elliott for 71, Commissioner Campos for 72, and Commissioner Evans for 72. Did we get them all? Okay. All right.
No on 75.
And you are voting no on 75. Did you get that, Madam Clerk?
So am I.
And so is Commissioner Elliott. Got that? Okay, so we're going to backtrack a little bit to our item number 6 on the agenda, standing committee reports. I would suggest that people submit their reports in writing, but there are some committees that cannot do that. Commissioner Adams?
Yes, I will submit in writing, but the work that we did in the July 24th meeting involved reviewing and accepting the audit plan and reviewing and accepting a number of audit reports. So I would like to make a motion for the board to accept the Office of Auditor General 2014 to 15 audit plan.
So moved.
In a second.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And the Auditor General also reviewed several audit reports completed during the 2013 to 14 year. I would like to make a motion that the following reports be approved for posting. Substitute Management Follow-Up Audit, Facilities Planning Audit, and Scheduling Audit.
So moved.
All right, we got a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I did have one other small thing from a board meeting last month, Resolution 2013-14, Resolution number 786, should be corrected to reflect my dissent.
Okay. You got that, Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
Anybody else have any imperative business that they need to share with respect to standing committee reports?
No.
Just point of personal privilege, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner
Mr.
Allen.
President. I sent the board an email with regard to the funding that was allocated for the Office of Latino Studies. And I didn't get a response from any of my colleagues. And I would like for you to, and I talked about the need to have additional funding for the African American department. So I'd like to be able to get your feedback on the email that I sent. And I guess I should ask if everybody received the email. And the gist of the email had to do with the fact that, and you know I love my Hispanic brothers and sisters, but we got an Office of Latino Studies to the tune of $187,000. But with the African American department, that line was $53,000. And when you have a student population that is 65% African American, I think that we need to have more funding set aside for the types of needs in our African American student population and community. And so I'd like there to, if you can give me your feedback about that, I really would appreciate it. Thank you. Other thing, just want to acknowledge the 50th anniversary of the 1964 riots. That's a little special to me in the sense that I work over in the area where those riots took place. I was a little girl when I saw, I think I was about 11 years old when I saw it in Florida where I was staying. But just want to acknowledge that, and just also want to acknowledge the great kind of celebrations and commemorations that are going on in light of the 1964 riots. And I would just offer, Mr. President, that Minister Franklin Florence in the film on the 1964 riots says that the things that we needed in 1964, housing, education, or jobs, are still the things that we need in 2014. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anybody else? Any closing comments? I would note I appreciate your patience tonight. I was at a CUBE conference in Chicago. I flew back for a court case in Rochester, and I flew back to Chicago, and then I flew to Washington, D.C. to participate in an event with Dr. Farkas. So I am a bit fatigued, and I appreciate your patience.
Can I say one thing? President White was able to deliver 2 books, one to the President and one to the Attorney General. And he's a man with a mission, and he did accomplish that. And I was there to see it.
Commissioner Powell, you want to say something?
Which book was it?
The book that we won't talk about publicly, the title, Effort, Frustration in America. But it was appropriate because it was, of course, about the frustration of African American and Latino boys.
You should have seen the face of the President when he saw the title of the book. But we will save it for next month to give you a report on that. Right. Can we do that?
But before we go, Bethany, the board wants to, where are you, Bethany? I think this probably is going to be your last board meeting. The board wants to thank you for your service. You took on a very difficult task, and don't take offense to this, you far exceeded everyone's expectations. You just did a fantastic job, and I don't think there's a person here who thinks that doesn't have doubts about what's going to happen without you being there. We really do appreciate your service, so we want to applause. Yeah, a standing ovation. Juliet, she's not here, of course. I understand she's going to become deputy superintendent in Reading, Pennsylvania. That's quite an accomplishment. So, Juliet, if you're watching, we really appreciate your service. She's probably asleep the way where we should be. You want to do Jason? I mean, Mr. Wertz?
Yep, Mr. Wertz. Could you stand with your family, please? You are, Jason, we want to acknowledge your service for the district. I know your parents are here. Thank you for supporting him. You did an extraordinary job. School number 30 and School 45 need you there. and you have great support. There's no excuse here. You got the most important support, and that is the support of your parents. And the love of reading that you wrote to School 30, I hope that become contagious as 45. So thank you, congratulations, and we look forward to your work.
I guess, go ahead.
Finally, Bethany is now leaving us. Actually, I made sure that she would stay connected with us in some way, shape, or form. So I want to extend my appreciation, and you are probably one of the most hardworking individuals that I know. If including myself, I'm going to speak for me, if I were to be as hard workers you are, and all of us in this district were to work close to how hard you work, I think that this would be a district in better shape. That doesn't mean that people don't work hard, but I could tell you that not only you work hard, but you have an extraordinary talent and commitment to the organization, and I appreciate it. I know that I don't make the right decision all the time, but when people say you exceeded expectation, I knew that you were going to exceed expectation, and I also, you have brought the department to a different level. I just want you to know that and you also, we do know that we are, as your departure, we're going to be in good hand with Mr. Kennedy, which we had to talk to him about whether he wants to take that challenge, given that the expectation of the board and my expectation is so high to fulfill your shoes. So we will be, we know that you'll be connected to us. You have worked closely with Mr. Kennedy, and I know that we will be able to hopefully persuade Mr. Kennedy to help us there. So thank you both.
Before you guys go, I really have to do one other thing. Commissioner Elliott and Commissioner Powell and I, Vice President Elliott and Commissioner Powell and I have been working with the 3-on-3-on-3. And they very much want to establish or formulate a joint powers agreement, which would be an information sharing system that would allow the right hand to know what the left hand is doing between the county, the city, and the city school district. And we just have to, I don't think I need a formal motion for it, but I need you guys to sort of nod your head that this is an idea you want us to sort of push forward with the county and the city. Does that make sense to everybody? I think that's all I really need at this particular one. As I told them, I said I thought the school board would be supportive of this idea. So there's a lot more work that has to be done. We'll bring you the details before it's implemented much later on. I think that's it. Is there any other business that I missed? Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn? Graduation. I knew it. Yes. Beverly's just sort of, I know Beverly's saying Van. August 20th is our August graduation. We want to make sure that we're in attendance there. Bohan and I and other folks on the leadership team are focused on making sure we get as many kids across that finish line. And they are really working hard. Beverly and Bohan went to freaking Delta Sonic to track down some kid who was missing one course. Right? So this is the kick. This is where we got to put in our extra effort. And what I said to Bohan and Beverly just the other day is, we got to break that 50% barrier. Got to do it credibly. We don't want no Atlanta, Georgia situation here, but we got to break, because that is not where we need to be, but that's where we've got to get for now. So they may be asking for your help in that regard. And also, Beverly told me to mention the Rochester School District Summer Drub Line. For those folks who have nothing better to do and you're still watching this, information is available on www.rcsdk12.org or by calling 262-8642. Did I do okay, Beverly? All right. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Amen. That's adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
We serve the president.
What's that?